They waited all summer. The legends, the grinders, the hopefuls, the dreamers. As day 5 of the 2025 World Series of Poker main event hangs in the balance. As we look around the room at stacks of all sizes, as the gravity of the moment crystallizes, we understand that the next world champion is here. Among the legends, the grinders, the hopefuls, and the dreamers. The World Series of Poker main event is back. It's a big deal.
Welcome back to the 2025 WSOP main event. It is a beautiful day in Las Vegas, a beautiful day to stay inside all day and play some cards. It is time for day 5. Jeff Platt, Brent Hanks, and Natalie Bodie are on the call on PokerGo.com and on our YouTube members only page. Become a High Roller member and watch the whole feed. My name is Remco Rinkema. I'm doing some 1-hour preview coverage here to get you guys hyped up for what's to come the rest of the day. And I'm stoked to also announce that the night shift is back tonight. Nick Schulman and Ali Najad calling the action into the late hours here from Las Vegas as we look at one of our headliners on the main feature table. Brad Owen, the one, the only. 28 big blinds on the feature table. I wonder if he's going to do some of his own magic vlog filming to give us some analysis later as we look at Esther Taylor, 1.4 million. She's no stranger to this table as she made the 50K PPC final table earlier this year. Speaking of no stranger to the moment, 2012 main event champion and player of the year Greg Merson sits down at our table number 2. Merson last night battling with Will Kassouf, and Kassouf somehow got the better of him, but Merson still healthy with 74 big blinds. And whoosh, whoosh, here we go to table C, maybe one of the toughest tables in the room as Isaac Haxton and Stephen Chidwick takes center stage. Every single year, some of the big guns make a deep run in the main event, and this year, maybe it's Haxton and Chidwick, two good friends and longtime frenemies, dare I say. Boy, oh boy, I would not want to be anywhere near this table. Chidwick on 1.9 million, a force to be reckoned with, and the deeper we go, the more experience will start to matter. We got 3 feature tables. We are guaranteed $32,500 as we look at the payouts presented by GTO Wizard. Small jumps on the payouts as the day goes, but obviously most of these players only concerned with making a run to the final table. Here's our chip leader, Harold Lamb, 4.1 million, 209 big blinds is what he kicks things off with, but being the chip leader on day 5 is no guarantee for success. Welcome everyone to the show. Once again, this is a 1-hour preview. My name is Remco Rinkema, bringing you the action for the first hour before I send it over to Brent and Jeff and Natalie Bodie for continued coverage. There will be a dinner break later today, after which the night shift starts with Nick and Ali. Lots of moving pieces, lots of information to go around, but please note that the main event is streaming all day, every day, until a champion is crowned. And here's the first hand of action. Pengelly and a Chen on a Jack-9 deuce flop. Quick check here. We're playing 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante. You see at the top of your screen the players remaining, 522 out of 9,735. Special shout out to my usual co-commentator Donnie Peters, who is still in the thing. Donnie coming into the day with over 800,000 chips. His first ever main event cash after multiple attempts. We're happy to report on him as the day goes.
Been casting a lot of things, but no big scores.
Okay.
Yeah, so
This could be it.
maybe, hopefully, yeah.
I'll try to answer as many questions in the chat that are being sent in. Please know that the members-only stream is already live on YouTube.
I think it's October.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you are tired of my voice, you can already switch over.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine.
Oh, sweet.
We're gonna
Pengeli with the
down.
one big
Yeah,
blind
that'd
bet
be
here,
Yeah.
trying
I
to
haven't
steal
really
this
looked
one.
at the schedule yet, but yeah, I know that
Little does he know, his 5 is good.
Right?
it's a prime, but they'll probably have some fun side events
Yeah.
that are
I think
maybe
it'll be
bigger
massive
blinds.
there.
Yeah, should be cool.
All right, Pengeli draws first blood here at the feature table. Time for our first check-in here with Natalie Bodie, who spoke to Brad Owen before the action got underway today. Brad Owen, of course, not too well versed in this tournament format.
So awkward. A little bit, right? So
Free roll.
We need to put it forward to the line or...
No, right there. is good.
Apologies there, as the Natalie Bodie audio cut out there. I was told that it was coming through in the main feed. Back to the feature table here. Once again, this is a 1-hour preview. If you want to watch full coverage, I highly recommend going to PokerGo.com. Use promo code WSOP25YT to save $20 on your annual subscription. It's the best deal out there right now. In addition to that, we have a special YouTube membership feed as well. We added a new option on YouTube just to emphasize that it can be a bit confusing. YouTube has their own primetime service that does not have live chat, but our memberships do. So if you want to get in through the YouTube memberships, please make sure that you hit the join button on the members only stream and then select the high roller tier. If you don't see that, if you don't see high roller for the subscription, that means you're signing up to primetime. Just want to point that out there. I know that a lot of people enjoy the live chat. That feed is going on right now, and I'll put the link to the members only feed in the chat right now. Delmas sitting here with the double gut shot and the flush draw. Klesnimi with a gut shot of his own, but as you can see, only 16% equity for him. And look at that. Picks it up. Look at that woolen sweater. This guy looks mighty comfy.
Daniel, can you get beverages up here, please? Beverages, drinks. Thanks. Upwards. Huh? Upwards, right?
Promo code for PokerGo.com is WSOP25YT to save $20 on the annual subscription. That's our best deal of the year. If you're with us in the chat, please let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. Do you have any friends still in the tournament? It's always a fun sweat. Can you go to table C? Question from goal 3-4 ice as we pivot away here to table C. Let's see what we have here. Looks as though there are chips in the middle. Hesse with aces. What a time to be alive as Zulker moved all in for 430K. Now Padron somehow still thinking here with the 6-4 suited. Might he get creative? All right, big moment here for Hesse. He flops top set. Zulker looking for running straight or flush cards, or else his main event dream is over. He puts the jacket on and then all of a sudden turns the straight draw. As a result of the jacket, he got himself some outs. We all know how that works. 925 in the middle, river card incoming. It's the 10 of hearts, and we'll say goodbye to Zulker as Hesse now up to 1.9 million. Much love to those in the chat with me here on the preview stream. Once again, please like the video, subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's our 1 hour preview if you want to watch the full stream. WSOP 25 YT saves you $20 on your PokerGO annual subscription. If you want to become part of our YouTube membership, tread carefully. If you want to get the live chat, make sure you click on the link to our members-only stream and then hit join, select high roller, and then boom, off you are to the races to watch the entire main event. We also have a primetime product, which is the same stream, just doesn't have live chat. Just want to point that out. Back to the feature table here. Owen betting 85K with jacks on 8-7 king. Class Nemi with ace-10 out in front. But look at that. The ace-10 hits the muck. And now Owen picking up the pot here with jacks. That's interesting. Well done. Player seemingly locked in. Not a lot of chatter going on. And here we go. A quick reminder that if you want to work on your game with the best AI solver tool, head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to save 10% on your plan. Beat the best and crush the rest over on gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Raise your hand if you're shocked that an ace-10 hit the muck. First look here at Esther Taylor. Queen 9 off. Taylor, known as a mixed game specialist. Good to see her make a run in the main. Masood asking or saying in the chat, boring. Let's give us Kasuf's table. I mean, Kasuf was pretty quiet last night, but he let his chips do the talking, and I must say I was rather impressed. Kasuf did a great job getting some value from Greg Merson. For those that missed that hand, we posted full day 4 highlights on our YouTube channel. And Class Nimi, who just folded the ace-10, now jamming 265 with pocket 4s. I don't know. I would have been better off shoving the flop, I think, on the previous hand.
Thank you.
Shout out Russell, shout out Jimmy Bluffett in the chat. Our moderators helping out. Please remind the people of a bit of the confusion that could happen with the membership sign-up. Above all else, let me recommend the PokerGo annual subscription. Promo code WSOP25YT saves $20 on your annual subscription. We have new seasons of High Stakes Poker No Gamble No Future, along with a bunch of upcoming cash game streams and tournament streams. So WSOP25YT is the pinned comment in the YouTube chat if you want to go and sign up. Tonight, the night shift is back. Oh, we got Christy in the mix too.
I think I want to, well, hopefully.
Christy, of course, gearing up for the return of Nick Schulman
Yeah.
tonight on the night shift with Ali Najad.
I was thinking of it worse originally, but that's tomorrow.
Raise to 40,000.
And then,
Oh, that's here at the series?
Yeah. So that would be a fun one.
Thank you to all the moderators that help us out on the feed. I know that it's overwhelming at times during the main event, but we could not do this without you. As we see Erlandson raising to 40K with ace-3 suited. And Nawa here on 475. Might be thinking of a jam here. Stacking down the chips. He's on 475. So 23 bigs, give or take. And here we go. Nawa moves all in. And Nakai finds 10s in the small blind. And he's got 2.6 million. He's got chips to play with. If I'm Nakai here, I might just rejam to isolate and just get this thing heads up. Good bit of money in the middle. And he just makes the call for 475. Erlandson gets out of the way, and we are going to see heads-up action between the two Japanese players. 1 million in the middle. Let's see if Nawa can find an ace or some diamonds to stay in the game. Jack 9-4 rainbow flop. Nava looking for an ace and an ace only, and we saw Erlandson fold the ace of clubs. Does have backdoor diamond and straight outs. 10 of diamonds would be nice, but that belongs to Nava, to Nakai, excuse me. Deuce on the turn, meaning that Nava is down to his final 2 outs. River 7 of diamonds, and that'll do it. Nava eliminated as Nakai rakes it in. He now up to 3 million.
Again.
The longest walk of the year after you get eliminated from the main event. Players right now guaranteed $32,500. decent ROI, but of course that's not why they're here. We are here for the big bucks as we pan out into the field. Still an ocean of players battling it out as we look at one of the best to ever do it. Michael Mizrachi, 5 bracelets in the 2010s. Obviously 4-time 50K PPC winner. This man belongs in the Poker Hall of Fame. Michael Mizrachi looking for another bracelet here. The Gold Rush in 2025, Benny Glaser, 3 bracelets. Mizrachi, his 4th PPC. Sheena Okamoto defending her ladies championship title. And Negreanu, 5 final tables, but obviously he would have traded those in for a bracelet. Let us know in the chat what your favorite moment of the WSOP so far was, as we've covered so many final tables over the course of the last month. And we go to our secondary table now. We see 2E2 all in for 200K against Merson with pocket 6s, ace-9, looking for some help here. And there's an ace on the flop right away. This looks to be survival for the all-in player. Eight on the turn. Doesn't change a thing. Stephen Ellie 2E2 from Paris, France, now living in Las Vegas. Mainly a cash game player. Needs to fade a 6 here. It's a deuce on the river, and he's going to find a double up. The Frenchman doubling through the former main event champ. Merson in 2012 winning not only the main event, but also the 10K 6 max. Incredible run for him that year. He needed to win the main in order to win Player of the Year. If he hadn't won the main and finished 2nd, Phil Hellmuth would have won his first and only WSOP Player of the Year title. Oh, look at this. Taylor with pocket aces in a great situation versus Delmas, who has top pair. Adrian Delmas from London, England. He's got a runner-up this year in the 5K 6 max, so one of the tougher opponents for Taylor at today's table, but she's going to try and get some value here off those aces, betting 260K. Delmas, originally from France. And Taylor is he's not gonna get any action. For those looking to become YouTube members, for some reason YouTube does not allow you to pick that option from your phone or from the app for that matter. So I've sent my own angry messages to YouTube. So please use your laptop to select the join button and select the high roller tier. In case you end up hitting the sign up button and getting the primetime offering, you do get the same streaming, you get the same feed, you just don't have any chat. So I just want to clarify that.
Thank you.
You do get the same thing. The price is also the same. It's just a bit confusing because YouTube, for some reason, wants to break those things into 2 different parts of the business. And Russell pointing out that you can request the desktop site from your iPhone or Apple phone. So good tip there from Russell. Just go to the desktop site. By the way, once you have it, you can watch again through your iPhone app or Android app, whatever. It's making my brain hurt. I'm sorry, guys. It's not ideal. Emotep pointing out Delmas is a pro. Yeah, it looks as though he is because he's got some great results and you don't finish second in the 5K 6 max without some stellar results. If you're hearing my voice, you're part of the 1 hour preview. Get you hyped up for the remainder of the day. Going back over to table C, Chidwick folding 8-7 suited after some action from Dorsell with pocket kings. Chidwick on 1.6 million, Haxton on 1.8. These two guys have to be the favorite among the pros to make a final table run. Johnny Peters still in the hunt. PokerGO podcast host, co-commentator of mine, as we look at the bio sheet of Stephen Chidwick from Deal, England. Trust me, this guy's making no deals. He's taking all your money. 2 bracelets and second on poker's all-time money list with a disgusting 68 million in career tournament earnings. On the main feed today, Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks. Tonight, the night shift is back. Bijot from France. I'm not going to pronounce this the way that that Brent Hanks did last night. I'm just going to go with Bijot. Makes a 45K on the button, and Chen in the small blind with 3 deuce of spades. Decides to let it go after a quick thought here. Action on Chidwick. Chidwick makes the call. We see King Jack 10. Chidwick pairing his 10. Bijot with queens, now open-ended, but also facing an overcard. We are back on the main stage today. As you can see, we have 3 feature tables with hole cards. That's going to be the case from here on out. I'm trying to keep track of the live chat. It's moving extremely fast. Thank you to the mods for helping out. Please redirect people to where they want to go. Once again, PokerGO.com is your best place to subscribe to remove any and all confusion. Use promo code WSOP25YT to save $20 on your annual sub. That's just get it over, get it done. Enjoy the main event. Enjoy all of our new seasons of high stakes poker that are coming up. As the action goes check check, and Bijot now with Broadway. Chidwick drawing to a chop. Bijot going 55K, and that's enough to get rid of Chidwick. Let me know in the chat, would you be intimidated facing Chidwick and Isaac Haxton on day 5 of the main event? I feel as though I would lose all faith in my own abilities if that were to be the case. Oh, what is this music? I like this. Can we keep this going? All right, reminder here that the countdown is on for the PokerStars NAPT Las Vegas, coming at you in November of this year at Resorts World. Buy-ins ranging from 50K down to $300. So there's a little bit of something for everyone. The PokerStars NAPT coming to Resorts World in November. All right, look at that beautiful pan around on the jib camera. When you get the jib camera shot, you know that it's serious in the main. You know that it's at least day 5.
Yeah, off of one big, so it obviously happens.
The Gambit Bandit, who was watching the YouTube stream, says, Chidwick and Haxton are nothing compared to me. Much respect to your confidence. Angel and Soul is saying, why not show Victor Blom? We will show Victor Blom as we go. Obviously, we have to make choices. 3 feature tables in play. We have some cameras out there in the field roaming around as well. We cannot show these players all day on the feature table. That would give them a disadvantage. Action here from Gardes, making it 80,000. Merson, he's got 20K invested. Oh wow, Merson coming over the top, making it 315,000. Great recognition from the former champ. Jocelyn Gardes from France, as he gets out of the way. And Chris Voy has got 80K invested and decides to let it go as well. Nice pickup there from Merson. That's how you do it in the main. That is how you do it.
Thank you.
Greg Merson now known as the Milkman.
Thank you.
What's the Milkman reference?
It's my sports card.
Greg Merson, 1 card from a payday of $8.5 million. Will it be all over for Jesse and his gang?
Queen or a jack, or Greg Merson is world champion.
And the river card is a 7. Sylvia is out. Greg Merson is the 2012 main event champion.
I still get chills seeing those images, the tears of Greg Merson in 2012,
I didn't follow the draft much.
having recovered from his battle with drugs, sober, winning the main event, a story that's well documented. Family man Greg Merson going deep in the main again. Love to see it. Here's a look at the tournament format presented by Splash Sports. Playing 2-hour levels.
Yeah, I've got a big position.
It's going to be a long day again.
I really like that with basketball because with football they're so hyped going in that even if they are great, your upside is very little and your downside is massive. And then with basketball, you know, if you look at someone like Jokic, drafted 45th, like his base rookie cards that are PSA 9 from Donruss are like $150, and the reason being that like the population count is not high, because when people were opening those packs and they hit a Jokic, second round white European, they just like throw it away. So that still happens today because you know they put a lot of the rookies in these products. But if you look at like let's say Jimmy Butler, Kawhi Leonard, like these guys started out at 8 points a game, and like you know you could have like you know what I mean. There's a lot of guys in the NBA like that bloom late because they come in so young. But in football, it's like if you're not good, you're just out of the league.
Listening to Merson talk about sports cards.
And baseball has a lot.
It's almost like we have Jared Blesnick back in the hunt.
But obviously, like I don't think Judge was a high draft pick. No, really. Yeah. I actually don't think Soto was either.
Perfilev betting here with 6s. Montez lets it go.
My son would play basketball. We were in there, and he's like, "Yeah, looks like an NBA player." And I was looking at him. He's 7 foot tall, shoot. And I'm like, he does look like an NBA player. Yeah. And he was in high school at the time, so I just kind of followed up from there. And then I got, you know, before anyone knew who he was, he got drafted. I just scooped up.
Yeah, it's fun too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't get hurt that bad, but
it sucks though. Like it's tough being in Atlanta. I know they're like reloading their team, but it really depends a lot on the market that the player's in for collectibles.
Yeah, I was reading that.
Yeah.
They're like, you don't want him drafted by like Utah or some of these other.
Yeah.
They said Atlanta was like mid-tier. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. And then also just like kind of how collectible the person is. Like even SGA, because he's so quiet, you know, he's obviously his prices are up a lot, but
he's not flamboyant.
They're not up as much
as you would expect for somebody in that tier.
Yeah, like if it was like Luka that did what he just did, or like Anthony Edwards, they would be like blasting.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Or LaMelo too. LaMelo's prices are very high. Yeah. Because people just like LaMelo.
So should I get some of these cards graded? I've got duplicates of some low number.
So what I would recommend is finding someone that will pre-grade them for you. You can find people that charge you like $1 to $5 per card to look them over and be like, okay, you should submit this, because it's $25 to grade.
Yeah.
So you don't want to waste your time sending stuff in that's not going to do well.
7.5 or 8.
Yeah.
You're looking for what, 9+? Is that the?
Pretty much 10 only now.
Okay.
For modern cards. Okay. Yeah. Because the 9s generally end up being worth the same as the raw card, which I personally believe is stupid. Because I deal with raw cards all the time that are not in good condition, and a 9 is better, but they sell for the same price.
I got you. Okay. Cool. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Potentially some three-way action here, depending on what Perfilev decides to do, but he's going to thin the field here, I'm sure. Looks like 175, perhaps? Maybe just shy of that. 170. Okay, I'm off by 5K, that's allowed. 170 from Perfilev, action back on Luis, the initial raiser who made it 40K with Queen Jack suited. Damien Luis, also from France. Wait, is everyone France at this table?
So we do multi-sports.
Gardes,
we do football,
2v2.
baseball, and then we have some miscellaneous.
Wow, it's crazy.
But it's mostly football, just because that's what the general customer base wants the most. So for baseball, it's going to be like Ellie, Churio, Merrill, Skeens, some of the vets, Judge.
Perfilev takes it down
and then vets
without showdown.
Like
3 French players at this table for those keeping score.
Stuff like that. A little bit of vintage, not a ton, but yeah. And then you have a little bit of everything. Like
Greg Merson is on the talking chair about
wrestling,
sports cards here.
Wrestling's pretty big, actually.
Do we have any collectors in the chat? Weird. A little side by side with Adam Sandler.
Yeah, I'm like super obsessed.
Yeah. Little Happy Gilmore action here
as just
in the main event, perhaps.
Collector myself, and I couldn't stop being obsessed. Yeah. And then within like 3 or 4 months, I started thinking about how to make a business out of it.
Reminder here that this is the 1 hour preview stream. If you want to watch full coverage, please subscribe to PokerGO.com. Use promo code WSOP25YT to save $20 on your annual subscription.
He's huge, right?
Huge. They're on 24/7. We're on like 60 to 70 hours a week, but they're literally on 24 hours a day.
Cool.
Yeah. We're probably on right now, actually.
Quick reminder, too, that I am playing our free roll every single hour on the half hour on playpokergo.com.
Still play a lot of poker?
I mean, this year I had played like literally no poker in the first 6 months.
And Perfilev here with A7 is going to make it 75,000.
I'm not kidding, 80 hours a week just to get everything off the ground.
So no go. No go.
The first card was by the website.
First card was a 10.
Yeah.
Hope, right?
Another passion,
I mean, I missed playing, but I also knew that if I like put money online or was to start playing, it would be a distraction.
Yeah.
I'd want to play and also do all this work.
Suited. Very
wide. Now that we have more employees, I think I'll play a little more.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I mean, I love poker so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
You still love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you played any more events this summer?
This summer?
Yeah.
I played like 3 or 4 live events and a few online. I got here on the 23rd or something. There was some days I had to work the show that I couldn't play at all. But
talkative table here on day 5. Don't see that all too often, but it's great to see the players being relaxed. Obviously, Greg Merson very relaxed. He's been here before in the big spot.
Yeah, when I stream, I always, because I stream a little bit myself, I always have milk on the camera while I'm streaming. A tall glass of milk.
Okay.
And then if I don't, they always tell me I need. Where is it? You know.
For sure.
Yeah.
PlayPokerGo.com, by the way, is free to play from anywhere in the world. We have a free roll every hour on the half hour.
Milk.
And we have lots more tournaments and cash games and sit and goes on tap.
Oh, yeah? Oh, wow.
Monahan and Pine potentially going into a blind battle. Impact Poker asking, why are we spending more time on the secondary table than the feature table? Well, that's because there's nothing going on the feature table. We pivot back and forth when there's big action happening, and if there's no action, we just stay wherever there's some table talk.
Yeah. Probably should have just jammed.
No, I used to play last. I mean, like really long time ago.
Again, quick reminder, the paid broadcast on YouTube has live chat as well, but you have to make sure you subscribe to a membership. And there's 2 different products, which is confusing, I understand. It's because we have a primetime deal as well with YouTube, which offers all our streams but doesn't have doesn't have live chat. That's the only difference. If you accidentally subscribe to that and you don't see the live chat, you ask YouTube for a refund on the prime time, because they will honor that if you tell them, you know, I'm meant to become a member, which is different. And then you just become a member and select the high roller tier, and then for $19.99, same price, you are able to watch with live chat. So just want to point that out again. I know it's confusing. Not my preferred method. I'm just a messenger here. But please make sure that if you click on that members only stream, that you make sure to hit join and then select high rollers. Also, by the way, the best way to subscribe is still on PokerGo.com. Use promo code WSOP25YT for the annual subscription. That will ensure you get all the action at all times, as well as new seasons of high-stakes poker, No Gamble, No Future, and all of our archived shows and bracelet events and everything else that comes with that.
What's my concern? If you check
Where do you
on
fly
the
into it?
2, then I have to shove on the 2.
San Francisco.
But if you go all in on the 2,
down the coast, so a little bit like road trip before.
Yeah, that's
Here we are back to the main feature.
Is that your first time doing that?
Brad Owen on 600K, looking to make something happen. 30 bigs, still plenty in this event.
Concerned that I had the best hand.
Raised to 40,000.
Start it with a million or something? Yes, thank you.
Picking on me?
I had a hand I could not get away.
Picking on me?
Oh, it hurts. So you had it inside odds against my hand.
Bet 40,000.
Is it Of course. Yeah, no worries. Double check. I think it should be alright.
Looks good.
Panning around the room here. Lots of action going on, and we're just going to quickly check in on Table C here. Table C is our Haxton Chidwick table. For those that are just tuning in, this is our 1 hour preview. And we have two of the brightest stars in the game playing on this table. Table C coverage is a new thing that we have for you on PokerGo this year. If you are a PokerGo.com subscriber, you'll notice on our schedule page that we have Table C and Table B coverage specifically showing. And I want to highlight this because that is coverage without commentary that you are able to watch if you have your favorite player on those tables. So Table B and Table C have their own feed on PokerGo.com/schedule. We are debuting this right now for the very first time, which obviously is something exciting for those that have some vested interest. All right, here, look at this guy, William Kassouf. Can he hold quiet here for a second? I guess he can. 17th in the main event back in 2016. 2.2 million, looking very comfy in the main event this year. His play has impressed. His table talk has not. Now let's see if we can spot any more notables at Kassouf's table. Looks as though that he might be holding court here as the most experienced player. Plenty more stars still out in the field. The question that you guys in the chat can answer for me, does Kassouf belong among those stars? Definitely one of the more notables. Izzy in the chat, I see your comment. If you can watch the High Roller feed, then that means that you have the High Roller membership. Looks like we have a bit of action here on one of our outer tables. Might stay here for a second or two. As we see Victor Blom in the background. Look at that, on your right-hand side with the black cap on. Victor Blom still in the main. Panning around the table here for just a second. If you are in Las Vegas, you can walk into the room and watch the action from the rail as well. Once again, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let us know if you're having a good time. This is our 1 hour preview of the main event. Action will continue on our members-only feed, which I've linked a few times here in the chat. Again, this stream will continue after the hour with Table C coverage. Something new we're trying out. So you'll have my commentary on the Table C table. Please make sure to get your subscription in to watch the full coverage. WSOP 25 YT saves you $20 on your annual subscription. And in addition to that, if you click on PokerGo.com/schedule, you'll see that we have 3 tables streaming at the same time. Back to the main feature, King 3-3. Delmas now getting the better of Taylor. Just 25K here from Delmas on the flop. Taylor makes the call for just 25K. Now picks up a wheel draw on the turn. And 60 here from Taylor, deciding to lead. Delmas, though, has a strong hand here. He can call and hope that Taylor fires again. He would obviously raise out almost all bluffs here if he did. This is day 5 if you're just tuning in. It's going to take until the end of day 8 to reach the final table. We have the night shift every single night between, or excuse me, commentated on by Alina Jada and Nick Schulman. Taylor now on the river, decides to give up. Took one stab at it. Delmas in position. For those wondering about the PokerGO annual subscription, we have all the WSOP live streams available, all the main event days that we do and that are upcoming, including the final table, and many more in the future, along with, of course, some of our produced cash game streams. Please know as well that if you use promo code WSOP25YT, you save 20 bucks on the annual sub, and then you're just done for the year, and you get to watch all 3 tables today that we are streaming. Table B and C, in addition to our main feed. This is the main feed that you're watching right now. The main feed will end soon because we are only able to do a 1-hour preview of that feed here. Members only. It's going to be for the remainder of the day. I will stay on table C with you guys. That's going to be the Chidwick Haxton table for now. So for those wondering here, as Taylor is faced with a bet here, thinking about it with ace high, please know that it's a 1-hour preview of the action. We'll show table C after that. Taylor lets it go, and Delmas wins the pot. Once again, WSOP 25YT to get the annual subscription. And this is my favorite thing about the products that we have. Go to playpokergo.com for a fun and free online poker game. Deal yourself in over at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. I'm in there right now. If you want to play with me, against me, bust me, whatever, please join the 1 million gold free roll starting in about 30 minutes. Every hour on the half hour, as we look at the current payout of 32,500. 474 players remaining, so that number is going down fast. 10 million up top for the winner, 1 million for the final 9. So playpokergo.com, that's where you want to be. Join us, join me to play some poker for fun while you watch the main event coverage. Jack deuce deuce here, small pot. Blind battle between Taylor and Pengelly. For Tulo and others asking, the link to the members only chat is going to be, or the link to the members only stream is going to be in the chat. Hit join and then high rollers, and then you can watch the stream with live chat on YouTube. You have to subscribe through the desktop. It does not work on the YouTube app. That is frustrating for me as it is for you. You can also just get the desktop site available on your phone. So once again, the link in the chat for the members only stream gives you coverage for the entire first block, and then we'll have the night shift tonight as well with Nick and Ali. It's important that you hit join and then high rollers to get in the mix. Otherwise, I would just recommend you go to PokerGO.com, subscribe there. Annual and monthly plans available there as well.
Pretty much what I started the day with. Five deuces.
So we are going to take this stream here to the first break. First break is going to be at 2:05 local time, so that's in about 8 minutes. After the break, during which we'll show some highlights, we'll be back with Table C coverage. So I will be doing commentary on the table of Haxton and Chidwick.
Sure. Let's do it. Nice, dude. Thanks. What's your name?
Taylor taking her time here with the 5-high flush draw. Pengelly with queen high. Deciding to raise here. Taylor put in some tough spots here, and she's going to let it go. Hope you guys are enjoying my commentary. Doing my best here on my own. Solo show today. You can listen to Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks on the commentary on the PokerGO.com feed, or our membership feed, if you will. As we look at the chip denominations brought to you by True Classic. The red 5Ks, the green 25Ks, and the, I want to call them purple, maybe they're blue, 100K chips. Absolutely lovely chip set in play here during the main event. Incantations in the chat, one of our moderators asking how long I'm commentating. As long as you guys are nice to me, I'll stick around for the Table C coverage. How about that? And promise me to play against me on Play Poker Go. I'm gonna fire up the game, play poker, watch poker. It's main event time, you know. What else am I supposed to do? I'm just here for the main event. If you're having specific concerns or issues with your membership, hit up support@pokergo.com. We have our team waiting in the wings to try and help you out, as we see Arbaugh making a 40K. Delmas, who's sort of taking control of this table, I think. I think Delmas might be the enforcer here, making a 130. Action folding back around to Arbaugh rather quickly.
You can go on break.
Brian Arbaugh from Akron, Ohio. Won a Mid-States Poker Tour event in Jacksonville back in 2015. Had a deep run in the main event in 2023, where he finished in 306th place. Delmas, meanwhile, looking to do the damage. Quick reminder here that we are going to go on break soon. After the break, we'll continue with Table C coverage. And Arba, after some posturing, decides to let it go.
Thank you for the break.
And Delmas thanking him to not take this hand all the way through the break, into the break. Panning over to the outer tables for some action here. Let's see what we got. Predaroli versus Chidwick. Predaroli all in for 300K on the river. Chidwick with Queen Jack with a decision to make. Chidwick with the pair of queens. Predaroli turned his flush after flopping top pair. Chidwick deep in the tank here. Big decision for him as well. Predaroli feeling incredibly comfortable, knowing that anything other than a snap call would be something to be scared about. Alessandro Predaroli from Italy, now living in Nova Gorica in Slovenia. He's had a few runs at the WSOP, and look at this. Gets the full double up through Chidwick. The flush is going to get tabled, and Chidwick now down to $1 million. Steven Chidwick taking a hit here on the final hand before break. He's got some work to do. Predaroli very comfortable now, sitting on $1 million. Chidwick the same stack, probably feeling a little less comfortable. We are getting ready to go on break. After the break, during which we'll show you some highlights, we will continue this stream on YouTube. If you're hearing my voice, this stream will continue after the break. It'll just be one table. Just Table C. So, as we look at our notables, Harold Lamb on top, he's a chip leader. Eric Afriat still in the hunt. Tony Gregg, one of the best friends of Greg Merson, in the hunt. Michael Mizrachi, Kenny Hollard, Asher Conniff, all former main event finalists still in there as well, along with Brian Hastings, Victor Blom, and the statistician Nate Silver with some work to do. Looking at Damian Salas, former main event champ. He hit the rail during the first hour of play, so no more Salas when we return as the Argentinian hits the rail, collecting about a 3x payout for him. Again, my name is Remco Rinkema. I will be providing some coverage of Table C when we return from the break. Please enjoy some highlights during the break, and if you want to watch full coverage after the break, please sign up to PokerGo.com for the annual sub, or take the High Roller memberships on YouTube. Navigate to the members-only stream, click Join, and select the High Roller plan to listen to Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks all day until this thing wraps up. First place, $10 million. 464 players remaining. We are going on a 15-minute break. We'll be back with Table C coverage featuring Steven Chidwick and Isaac Haxton. I'll see you guys in 15.
You've got to build. A king, but it's big and little.
Angelov in the territory of, starting to lose his fold equity.
Can't do it. Host that can put pressure on, as he has been now on the other two.
Cool option.
Only Griff left in this hand, but he's got Griff and Tamayo on his left.
Give me a raise. Give me a raise.
I think
You're way too early for that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
right. Another 20 more seconds before he actually does
It's a good
anything.
spot.
But I mean, I think you probably are better off sometimes raising offsuit combos of the bad hands versus suited combos. But
10.5 million.
Griff really trying to make something happen here. Has position.
Kicks it in. Yep. Mountains out there in the middle of the table. Pocket pair for the short stack.
Gonna be go time.
For sure, with just 6 bigs.
Push and pray. No?
Yeah, he'll leave some back.
No?
Okay, maybe not. I guess he's just too short.
I respect that.
I guess he's just too short. I mean, if he was a little deeper.
Griff. Any takers among the big stacks? Not yet. Tamayo?
Huh? Count.
18.
18?
18.
18 million.
He's in for 3 of it, 15 more.
18. 25.5. Anything going on? Anything going on there?
Can't let Griff and Nicholas do all the dirty work.
It's 15 million?
18 total.
18 total?
It's like he has to.
I give it to him.
Give
it to
A little bit
him.
of a fake out there.
There it was. He's considering coming in. About 12% of his stack.
He's going to do it. All right. The pocket pair of Angelov trying to survive the king 6 of Tamayo.
I mean, a lot of situations, Tamayo would have 2 live ones. Now just has 1 overcard.
There you go. Get in your lucky spot. At risk again. Angelov, Tamayo. put in 3 of the Silver Foxes to make that call.
Is the call fine? Okay.
And Angelov on the hook, hoping his 6s hold up, but there is a king right there off the bat.
One out for Angelov.
Tamayo has the other 6. 6 of clubs, the case 6.
Rainbow.
If you have your one time.
Oh.
Well.
And that is it. Jonathan Tamayo with a knockout.
Take it down, boy.
Boris Angelov done in 5th place from the final table. He started in 6th, and he'll win $2.5 million.
He was a kid with a dream of becoming Bulgaria's first main event champion. What a job from Boris Angelov.
I believe it's 3 players.
Great rail.
Miles' reactions
This is about as much as you get from Jonathan.
have been great.
It had to end sometime. Now we are 4-handed for the bracelet, the $10 million, and the title of world champion.
He wants to talk to you.
Finish the level or 3 people?
So we're gonna finish the level.
Okay.
34 minutes left.
Okay.
Where are you at now?
146.
He's got 146. Jason Sagal now is alone. He is David, and the other 3 are Goliath.
Gotta give him a walk?
These Goliaths, you know how they're like.
No walks. Pretty hand. Played this before. Balls view special, maybe?
12 bigs for David.
Yeah, and depending on what, Tamayo thinks Sagal's calling off range is going to be there. If you think your opponent is going to, be calling off a little bit tighter, then you can certainly shove wider.
That tells you a lot about Sagal. I mean, he's a fighter. He's here at the table with chips. He could, I mean, look how far back he is. He's 100 million behind everybody, and it's just like, no, I'm not going with it. I'm gonna win this damn thing.
And I do think that just given what we've seen leading up to the final table from Sagal, the way that he plays when he has a big stack versus when he plays a short stack is very different in the sense of we saw him calling off.
It's always up to TV.
We saw him willing to call off in spots against shorter stacks that, with hands that probably other players might not call off with, but now, with his tournament life on the line, he certainly is going to be a little bit more selective, it would seem.
6 million.
A lot.
Call. Heads up.
6 pairs up. for Tamayo. Nothing in there for Nicholas.
At 3.5. You got it. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
You mentioned haves and have-nots, Maria? Well, the Goliaths are getting bigger. David is getting a little smaller, as we see on the GTO Wizard leaderboard. Sagal with 31 milli.
So Jason Sagel's going to need at least one slingshot. Maybe two to be really comfortable.
Well, guaranteed 3 million, no matter what happens right now. He's shaking his head again.
But he has been the beneficiary of a couple of ladders, whereas at one point, you know, he was very clearly the short stack.
Right.
Got it in with ace-jack against king-jack and doubled.
Raised to 10 million.
So, you know, it's not all bad. There's silver linings abound.
Oh, it's a golden, diamond, platinum lining. I mean, come on. Make me card dead and give me 3 million. But no, it's not always about the money. It's the competition, and Jason is a competitor. He's been an athlete his entire life, and for so many players who are no longer a physical athlete out there on the grid or the pitch, poker is a beautiful outlet for your competitive juices.
Yeah, that's definitely what really piqued my interest when I found poker. Is I was actually just never very athletic growing up. I never really got to, I wasn't good enough, frankly, to just play sports on a certain level. So when I found poker, it was my outlet. It was my way to get a lot of that competitive fire that I have in me.
Well, though poker has not worked out for you, you still have time to move on to other endeavors. I know you like to sing and dance.
I mean, it's never too late to maybe get into golf, right?
We're going to do it.
Running out of time.
People are now professional pickleball players, right? I could also go that route. Oh, wow.
Oh, you're
Got it.
kidding.
Wow.
That's how it works.
What's wrong with you guys?
Is that like the first walk you've gotten? That's insane.
Okay, that might have done it. You know, that might have put him over the edge.
Right. I mean, it hasn't been his day, and that might be the exclamation point that just isn't my day.
So many stories to tell from this experience for
Pretty
Jason.
absurd.
Welcome back.
6-5 beat?
You're saying?
I had 6-5.
I didn't look.
Oh, okay.
I didn't look.
All right. Picture yourself at the final table. You get queens.
Yeah. My first walk.
Incredulous.
And then give him a walk.
That was pretty quick. That was.
We'll wait for you.
They won't.
Take your time.
the chemical ain't gonna shut us up.
Welcome back, everyone, to our special Table C bonus coverage. A bit of a different flavor for you today as we're trying out something completely new. We're giving you uncut coverage of Table C here. A little bit of a tease, if you will, to get you guys hyped up for our full coverage. And please know that we are staying with this table as the table changes. We've got Stephen Chidwick at this table, Isaac Haxton. We have whole card graphics. We have the chip counts at the top of your screen, and we also have the players remaining. So a bit of a different flair here for those that do not want to subscribe, which, you know, that's fine. I totally understand. But we are going to give you this coverage here for Table C. And I would like to remind you that our free roll on playpokergo.com kicks off in just 7 minutes. And we only have 300 people signed up for the free roll right now. So please come and join me as I will play this bad boy with you guys. PlayPokerGo.com. You can play from anywhere in the world. Play for free. Please come and join me there. If you're looking for the main feed, please go to PokerGo.com and sign up. On the schedule page, you can actually see Table B and Table C as separate feeds. So for the very first time, we're offering 3 separate streams at the same time, exclusively on PokerGo.com. This is Table C, so we have additional coverage. Bear with me. It's me, Remco Rinkema, solo for you guys. I need you guys. Let's have some fun. Let's play the free roll. You know, let's stay up to date on what's happening on social media. I'm here as the guy trying to bring a little bit of extra flair to the main event. Let us know who you're rooting for. And if you want the full coverage, please make sure to subscribe to PokerGo. You can see it on your screen. Promo code WSOP25YT saves $20 on your annual subscription, which is our best deal. And that also gives you access to watch all of our Table B and C coverage. So if your friends are on Table B or C, you can watch the full hit right there. Also, to clarify one more time, if you want to sign up for the YouTube High Roller memberships, please click the link in the chat. I will post it again, and click on the join button and then select High Rollers. So here's our action on Table C. Chidwick calling the raise from Bijot to 55K. Chidwick took a big hit just before the break from Prederoli, who made a king-high flush. Chidwick now calling in position with the small pocket pair. Padron in the big blind, getting a nice price here with king-10 suited. As you can see here, he's going to also make the call and come along. Free roll starting in 5 minutes on playpokergo.com. Sign up for free. Play from anywhere. Make sure you don't miss out on that action. We're playing every single hour on the hour. And for those that are PokerGo subscribers or deciding whether or not they want to, again, we have 3 streaming tables running at the same time, which is a new thing. We're going to do that all the way until day 8. So you can get your iPad, your phone, and your laptop all going at the same time, watching multiple feeds, which I think is kind of dope. It's kind of dope. Main feed for high rollers posted in the chat. I can post it a few more times. And just make sure to hit the join button and select the high roller tier. Flop here, by the way, ace jack 7. Padron and Bijot check to Chidwick, who's going to fire out 100,000. And Bijot playing his ace carefully here. He's going to get Chidwick to stab at it. Of course, Bijot not going anywhere. He wants to play pot control here. Doesn't want to get raised. Just want to go and see how the board develops here in the main event, as stack preservation is a key here. Padron makes the call. He's got nut outs. There's no flush draw out there, so a queen would give him the nuts. Now, let's see what Bijou does. Maybe he'll come with a check raise here, not wanting to take this thing 3 ways. Once again, reminder that the free roll starts in 3 minutes on playpokergo.com. This is Table C bonus coverage. If you want to sign up for the full coverage, you can do so in various different ways. I'll explain that throughout the show, but it's my job to keep you guys entertained here on Table C. I will also keep an eye on what's happening in the rest of the tournament. Bijou, by the way, made the call and now picks up the nut flush draw along with top pair. Excellent board development for him. This makes Padron's draw a little bit less appealing, and this hand gets checked around all the way. 9 of hearts on the river. Bijou turns top pair into 2 pair. Bijou playing this hand as carefully as humanly possible. And this is something you'll see a lot in the main event. Stack preservation at the top of everyone's mind. Everyone just wants to survive in advance. I've heard various different theories on this. Of course, Doug Polk spoke on, you know, wanting to run up a big stack, wanting to make sure you can do some damage, put yourself into a position where you can dominate the table and have a position in which you can, I don't know, put yourself in a spot to really make a deep run. While on the contrary, you have someone like Daniel Negreanu who believes in stack preservation and wanting to navigate via a small ball approach. Both players have busted since, so it remains to be seen what the right approach is. And Padron here is going to take it down with a bet. Once again, welcome to the show, everyone. Current payout is $32,500. We will have the payouts increase every couple of eliminations. Obviously, that's going to go faster as we get deeper in the tournament. We'll keep you updated on the payouts and as they increase, but I think it's fair to say that for the players today, the payouts largely irrelevant. Haxton, King 10 off, that's going to end up in the muck. Because we have uncut footage of this specific table, we can start picking up on some tendencies. We can start picking up on some dynamics. So, you know, please help me look for those things as the day develops here on Table C. I can't guarantee we're going to have this table the entire day, but at least for a while here. Next break is going to be in 2 hours, and we'll have this table at least until then. Prederoli, who just doubled through Chidwick, makes a 50K. And Thomas Boivin here at the table from Belgium. Boivin, esteemed high roller, making this table even more difficult. It's honestly mind-blowing that we can be this deep in the tournament and still have 3 absolute crushers at the same table. Boivin earlier finished 3rd in the 250K after finishing 3rd in the 100K. So Belgium's very own Thomas Boivin, who is first on Belgium's all-time money list, seated now with Haxton and Chidwick. It's just kind of unfair to the players they're surrounded by. Best of luck to those in the free roll. I'm in the mix. I will let you all know where I finish. Please keep me updated on your progress. Once again, this is our side sweat, our bonus coverage, whatever you want to define this as. I'm just happy to have a chance to bring some extra coverage here. If you want to subscribe to PokerGo.com, you can use the promo code WSOP25YT to save $20 on your annual sub. And if you do that, you get to watch not only the main feed with Brent and Jeff, you also get the table B and C coverage. So this table and Greg Merson's table have their own independent feed. Chen makes it 50K, and I'll try and introduce all these players to you all. I have some bio sheets here. Carson Chen, shy of 60K in earnings. He's got a few cashes, but definitely quite a small resume. So for him, this has to be the largest spot of his poker career. Hesse made the call from the big blind with 6-4 diamonds. He flops a flush draw as Chen, the initial raiser, with 1 diamond. Sort of halfway connected to the queen and the 9. Got some backdoor options, semi-bluff or c-bet, whatever you want to call it. Could be in play here. And Chen is going to continue here with a bet of 95,000. Call was made. Jack on the turn. Chen now looking even better. Hesse still on the diamond draw. Thanks for the love, everyone who's tuned in to this bonus coverage. All I ask of you is to please like that video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and play with me on Play Poker Go. I'm in the free roll. I'm just having fun. Got all the screens open right now as this action went check, and Chen now on the river with trip jacks. Clearly going to try and extract some value here, but as you can see, Hesse whiffs on the flush draw. Now, if Hesse had hit, would have been very interesting. Oh, excuse me. Hesse is going to use the paired board here to try and steal this one. $250K, the lead here from Hesse. Just shy of a pot bet here. And Chen left with trips with the ace kicker. Don't see him going anywhere, but do like the attempt here. For those asking about the free roll, playpokergo.com. Sign up for free from anywhere in the world. Play for free. And click on the tournament tab and find the free roll. The most recent one just started. Next one is going to be in about 45 minutes. Until then, you can mess around with the software and play elsewhere. And Chen makes it 600K, and the snap fold from Hesse comes in. Nice pickup here for Chen, who's up to 2.6 million. Mariano in the chat says, tuning in from North Carolina, worked 2 jobs and staying up to watch. Got to clock in again tonight. Can WSP get me a shout out? Of course, Mariano. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you get enough sleep and rest. Our main feed and our main table, with, by the way, with multiple table coverage, is live right now. The link to the members-only stream is in the YouTube chat. Easiest way would be to sign up at PokerGO.com, as you can see on the screen. WSOP 25 YT saving $20 on the annual subscription. Gives you access to our main feed along with 2 other table streams, Table C and Table B. $50K from Padron. And Haxton is going to defend. Queen Jack 7. It's an interesting flop as Haxton flops top pair, Padron with middle pair. I could see this. I was going to say I could see this go check check and Haxton going for 2 streets of value, but instead it's going to be Padron betting 60K on the flop. And Haxton now able to check call and get some more money from Padron. Turn went check check, and now Haxton with an opportunity to extract value from a jack, from a 7, from a pair like 10s, 9s, 8s. Those are the kinds of hands that he could be targeting here. This is why I thought that at least one of these streets would go check check. Haxton in the tank here. Apologies for the Nightbot blocking lots of messages. As you guys can see, this is a bit confusing at times. We're trying to keep things positive in the chat as we see Haxton lead on the river. And he gets snapped off. So very nice value for Haxton, betting 130,000, getting called by Padron, and Haxton targeting exactly the type of hand that Padron called with here. Anyone still in the free roll? Once again, welcome. My name is Remco Rinkema, providing you with this bonus coverage of Table B. Please chime in with your hot takes. Hopefully some chat pros willing and able to give me some analysis. Padron, after losing some chips, with a chance to get some back here, finds pocket tens. 50,000 is the raise. Those green chips worth 25K each. And Perderoli going to defend from the big blind with the lowly 5-3 offsuit. Does pair his 3. He's got a backdoor straight draw, but nothing to get too excited about. Padron, though, still facing an overcard. $60K continuation here from Padron, and Perderoli with this pair is going to come along. King on the turn, and Padron's going to fire at it again. This time the bet is 145. And that'll end this hand. Eric Smith asking how Donnie Peters is doing. Well, how about I just text him and ask him how it's going? Everyone, of course, looking for Donnie Peters updates. Once again, playpokergo.com. You can see it at the top of your screen. Play free online poker. Get signed up while you watch the feed. Join me in the free roll, happening every hour on the half hour. And there's countless other games available there too. So perfect second screen experience, whether you play through your phone or on your laptop, as we see Thomas Boivin finding pocket kings. As I mentioned, Boivin, a stone cold killer from Belgium. 10 million in career tournament earnings. Excuse me. He added about 2 million this summer. 12 million in earnings for Boivin. Doesn't have a bracelet yet, but he has 9 final tables. Boivin also a poker coach. One of the most respected high rollers in the game. Update on Donnie Peters, sitting right around the million chips. So Donnie Peters now a millionaire. The only reason that I'm doing commentary all alone is because Donnie is still in the main event, so much love to him. I hope I never see him again, at least for the next 6 days or so. Boivin continuing for 45K on the Queen 7-4 with 2 diamonds. Pair of sevens with the ace kicker for Bijot, playing out of position. Subscription to PokerGo can be seen in various different ways. We have the annual sub, on which you can save $20 by using promo code WSOP25YT. That is the best deal, the best value. You also get table B and C coverage, so you can watch 3 streams at the same time if you subscribe to PokerGo. If you just want the main feed, you can get that through our YouTube High Roller membership. And this is a little confusing, so I will explain it once again. You click the join button when you're watching the member, or when you see the members only feed. Hit the join button and then select High Rollers. Do not click on sign up. That gets you into the primetime membership, which doesn't have chat. That's the only difference. We don't control this. This is a YouTube thing. YouTube doesn't add chat to some products, which is why we started memberships, which is a new thing. We just launched it a couple of days ago. It's very confusing to me also, but we're trying to make this work to give you guys the live chat experience on YouTube for those that decide they rather subscribe to YouTube. So I'm going to repeat this a couple more times, so apologies to those that already know this, but it is important that you know this. Hit join, click High Roller, and then you have live chat and the commentary from Jeff and Brent. The live stream all day. You get the night shift tonight. Jake asking about how many women are left. That's a good question. I'm going to go and try and find out. Please keep sending in questions. Negreanu busted prior to the money. So did Doug Polk. Justin saying, we got no mods in the membership chat. So far, everyone's cool. Well, I guess if you got some skin in the game, it's easier to be cool. I'm monitoring the members chat also, by the way, Justin. So if there's spoilers on the members feed, I will ban everyone. We want to keep this experience fun for everyone. Chidwick makes a 55K with ace-9 suited, and now we might get a high roller on high roller violence here, perhaps. Haxton in position. Haxton does get out of the way. Questions about Isildur. He's still out in the field. I'm almost certain we will feature him on one of the feature tables later on today. We are rotating tables whenever we can. And right now, action folds over to Chen in the big blind. And we're going to see under the gun versus big blind between Chen and Chidwick. Flop brings out ace, 6-4, 2 hearts. Backdoor hearts for Chen, but Chidwick with the best of it here. Brad Owen is on our main feature table. You can watch that on the main feed. Action on Chidwick here with 145 in front of him. Chidwick decided to check back, and now Chen with equity, picking up a flush draw. I'm assuming Chidwick playing some pot control here on the flop. Doesn't want to get check raised by a strong draw. Doesn't want to get check raised by perhaps a stronger ace who decides not to 3-bet, like an ace-10 or an ace-jack. So now we've arrived on the turn. Chidwick with 795 remaining. Chidwick deliberate, taking his time here. Might want to start charging here, but instead it goes check, check. So Chidwick here fully in pot control mode, and the king on the river gives Chen a hand that we might think he uses to go for value, targeting weaker holdings that Chidwick raises under the gun. Chidwick showing no aggression here at all post-flop. If you're in Chen's shoes, do you think at this point, calling from the big blind, that your king is good? Can you bet for value? Those are questions that we have to ask ourselves here. How do we treat this? Do we perhaps check the river, hoping that Chidwick bluffs and we can call a bet here? What are we targeting for value? Is Chidwick going to have a hand like 10s, 9s, 7s? Instead, Chen decides to check, and now Chidwick with a question, can I get value from a king or other small pairs? And here here comes the value bet. Looks like 90K. 90,000 from Chidwick. So Chidwick deciding not to bet flop or turn. For Adam and those wondering, for some reason on mobile, the join button not available, so you have to go on desktop. As Chidwick gets the value here, Chen makes the call. Stephen Chidwick back up over $1 million after a bit of a rough level. So yeah, if you want to get the high roller package through YouTube memberships, you have to be on desktop. I guess we're living in 2012 right now. For some reason, the YouTube app not capable of offering that membership option. Once you are subscribed, you can watch the membership feed on your phone. I think they're doing this just to torture me. That must be the reason. If you want to watch the full feed, please sign up to PokerGo.com. Save $20 on the annual sub using promo code WSOP25YT. That feed will have coverage of all 3 feature tables. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate it. So yeah, the sign-up button. The sign-up button is a tricky one because that gives you a primetime membership that doesn't have live chat. The join button gives you the membership, which is called High Rollers, and that'll get you live chat. So 2 different options here. And we are just watching Table C, by the way. This is the table we're watching. We're locked in to the Chidwick table, following along, just having some fun, playing the free rolls on the side. I'm still in the free roll, by the way. We're on break right now. My name is Remco Rinkema. I'm happy to just have some fun here on day 5 of the main event. Keeping my eyes and ears open. No confirmation yet on how many women are left. I do have the question out here to our team on the floor. Hopefully they'll be able to do a little head count, but I think there are quite a few women still left in the main event. Of course, we had Juliet Hegedus on the main feature table yesterday. She was crushing. Some other notables still in the tournament include Michael Mizrachi, Bruno Firth, Anthony Greg Merson, who's on table B, Brian Hastings, Leon Sturm, High Roller Crusher, Asher Conniff, Leo Margetz, Michael Gagliano, Roman Koronev, Lautaro Guerra, the PLO specialist, Francis Anderson, who was on our feature table late last night, Donnie Peters, our very own Donnie Peters, sitting on around 1 million chips, still in the hunt, Brad Owen, Esther Taylor. Just trying to rattle off some names here. Meanwhile, we have Chidwick check raising here with the wheel draw to 215,000. Ace deuce 10 on board here. Predaroli just doubled through Chidwick right before the break. I wonder how he's going to continue here with ace 8. Chidwick check raising with a draw. Obviously, the hands you decide to check raise can be pure bluffs, but you'd like to have some sort of connectivity for the bluff to have a backup plan. And the backup plan here is to hit a 4. Turn brings the king of clubs. Now 575 in the middle. How is Chidwick going to continue? Chidwick decides to check. Perhaps this will induce a check back here from Predaroli, who doesn't want to get shoved on. We don't really need to protect ourselves against the club flush draw. Seems unlikely. Chidwick will have some flush or some club hands that will semi-bluff check raise, but those will more likely than not maybe continue. Backdoor clubs do come in. Chidwick unblocks all clubs, which doesn't help him. Seems as though this is just a spot where he's going to have to give up. waiting for Prederoli to decide here. Excuse me, Chidwick to decide here. He's first to act. Whenever I watch a player like Chidwick play, I simply assume he's going to make the right decision. Chidwick looking down at his chips, which I can even see from this angle. And he's going to bet 145. Now, Prederoli will probably go over some scenarios here, but I can never see him fold. And there it is. Call made. Chidwick quickly tabling the bluff with a bit of confidence. But this is going to cost him, and he's down to 590K. Stephen Chidwick's WSOP main event sliding away from him. Once again, welcome to the show. My name is Remco Rinkema, providing you with some bonus coverage of the 2025 WSOP main event. We are live on the main feed as well, which will have coverage of all tables. If you're hearing my voice, that means you are watching the bonus coverage. And if you want to watch the full feed, the best way to do that is to sign up to PokerGO.com. Use promo code WSOP25YT for the annual sub. Monthly plans also available. If you are more of a YouTube user, you can get the main feed by joining our membership plan. The High Roller plan will also give you live chat. So please know that we have some of those options available during the greatest tournament of the year. Thanks, Lewis. Watching from the Netherlands, I see. Appreciating the bonus coverage. Brad Owen still in the mix on the main feed. I think I can't see right now how he's doing, but he is in the mix. Boivin, by the way, making it 50K. Durcell now in the big line with King 7. Durcell calls and flops top pair. Durcell, after flopping top pair, taking his time here. I wonder if he's contemplating a lead. Would surprise me on this texture. Durcell is going to lead for 140. That's going to put him at risk as Boivin quickly puts him all in for his total of 155,000. Looks as though Durcell is stalling for time, hoping to perhaps hit a little pay jump. And you'll see this from time to time in the main event, players who will just double check the tournament clock to make sure that there's not a pay jump that they can stall for. And I believe the clock has been called as the tournament staff arriving to the table. Durcell knows that his gig is up, and he will be at risk here with King 7 versus Pocket 10s. Durcell looking for a king or a 7 or some way to chop this thing. Boivin, a great situation here to pick up another 445,000 chips. And you can see on your screen that Durcell down to 2 outs, a king or a 7, but most of those already folded. 5 of clubs on the turn brings in that option to perhaps chop this thing. Durcell now looking for a 3 or an 8 to chop, but instead it's the ace of spades. Durcell eliminated. The rich get richer. Thomas Boivin rakes in the chips. I believe a pay jump must be coming up real soon if Durcell is stalling for time. Welcome to all the new High Roller members joining. I see you all. Matthew, Ryan, Michael, and Mayank. What's up, chat? Where are you all watching from? This is our bonus coverage table following along with Table C. Still 415 players remaining in the tournament. Meanwhile, the next free roll kicks off in about 20 minutes. I see only 260 players in there right now, so you better hustle over to playpokergo.com. Sign up for free, play from anywhere in the world, just for a bit of fun. 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com. Sign up right now. Hit the tournament tab. Get in the mix. We're starting in 20 minutes. My name on there, by the way, is PokerGo Remco, so if you bust me, please let me know. Thank you, Steven, for the love. I'm just flying solo here today on the commentary. You got Jeff and Brent on the call on both PokerGo.com and for our memberships. It's always a fun debate about free poker versus the paywall. We've done more free coverage of the WSOP this year than ever before. I mean, it must be over 200 hours. Most of our final tables were free. Of course, this is a massive production. And when it truly matters most, we bring in additional crew, additional cameras. It's a huge operation. If you ever run into me at the World Series of Poker, I will gladly show you around and show off to you all the stuff that happens behind the scenes. I totally understand the sentiment, and I have so much love for all the fans watching from home. Right now, we're just happy to provide some free Table C coverage. Brad Owen still on the main feature table. You can see it on your screen, promo code for PokerGO.com. Eric Smith asking, will you take a picture with me? Of course I will. You will be the first this summer if I run into you. Current cash payout, $32,500. I see the question in the chat. I see everything. I have like a hawkeye, trying to keep track of all your questions and concerns, trying to be a poker commentator and customer support all at the same time. 415 players still in this tournament. And I have to correct myself here, and this is quite interesting. Durcell, who just busted, as we see Haxton making it 55K. Durcell, who just busted, got 35,000. Let's see, two more. Yeah, we're on the bubble right now. So the next player out will get 35K. The final 413 will get 40K. So keep that in mind. 2 eliminations away from a $5,000 pay jump. So 35K right now, going up to 40K with 2 more eliminations here as Chen flats with the ace-king, and now everyone invited into this pot. I can't believe he's just flatting here because both blinds get invited. Boivin with the paradox. Padron with king-queen. Very interesting to see what this flop will bring. And we see 9-8-6, which is very uninspiring for all players still in this hand. Haxton, of course, disincentivized to continue here, given how this type of board will hit the ranges of the calling players. You know, picture hands like, 9-8, 9-7, maybe even a 9-6 suited. 9s, 8s, 6s. Those are all hands you can use to call pre-flop. Haxton left with ace-10. Does have a gut shot straight draw and backdoor clubs. So his hand actually in a better position than Chen right now. Much better. If you want the membership, the high roll membership, use your PC, laptop to click the join button on the members only feed. And Haxton does decide to check. Just too many cooks in this kitchen. 4-way pot, and Chen did not indicate any strength by calling pre-flop. So for him, it'd not be smart either to bet, even though his ace-king on the surface looks like a strong hand. Betting the flop would not have any positive result. Action checked around here. Boivin's ducks, as you can see, 50% equity to win at showdown, but will he make it there? That's the question. Once again, free roll starting in just 15 minutes. Play PokerGo.com. Play for free. Join me. Only 350 players in there right now. Let's get this thing up to 1,000 if we can. Checked again to Haxton here. It's just so tricky to play multi-way in a single raised pot. There's so many 8s out there in the ranges of these players. You don't want to get check raised. A lot going on here. Negreanu is out. I've mentioned that before already. He busted more than a day ago. Haxton now betting 150. He's just going to go after that weakness that everyone's showing. Nobody really incentivized here to continue on this board. No flush draws, no straight draws. Chen with ace-king high. And look at this. Haxton gets it done with a bet on the turn. Maybe that's why he's the best. Sussing it out that nobody wanted to play here. Looking forward to seeing whether Steven Chidwick can find a double up soon. He's on around 20 bigs. $1,461 players finished in the money. So we've lost over 1,000 players since the money bubble burst. And we're now one elimination away from the final players receiving a 40K payout. Brederoli makes a 55K. Bijot with 6-5 of hearts. Gives it some thought, but ultimately decides to let it go. Laba in the chat says, commentator has the best job. Play poker all day, watch poker all day, and sit on social media. Well, I will never say that I don't have the best job. But it is a little stressful sometimes, dealing with the chat. But I do love the chat. That's why I'm here. Also, happy to call the action here and hopefully not look like a fool trying to provide a little bit of analysis while some of the best in the world play right in front of my very eyes. And we're going multi-way again here. So Brederoli with the raise, the button and the both blinds called. And we see 7, 7, 8 on the flop. Boivin with top pair. Padron open-ended with backdoor diamonds. Inside straight draw here for Hesse. Again, a reminder that the free roll on playpokergo.com kicks off in about 10 minutes. Hope to see you all there. I'm already signed up. For those that want to watch the full broadcast, PokerGo.com is your best place. We got the main feed with Jeff and Brent, Natalie Bodie as well. And then tonight, the night shift with Nick and Ali, of course. The best part of the summer for many people. That will be on PokerGo.com or via your membership on YouTube. Not much to report on for this hand. As the third 7 hits on the river, Boivin with his full house is best. And Hesse's going to bet with 9-5, taking a stab here. I don't think Boivin is going to just let this go. Don't think Boivin has to worry that much about the presence of that king here. Maybe the 7 is what he's worried about, but that's very specific. I'm surprised to see Boivin think this long with his full house. Must really be thinking that Hesse's going to have a king or a 7 here a lot of the time. Oh, wow. And decides to let it go. Color me shocked that Boivin just lets go of the Jack-8 without seeing any sort of aggression from his opponents. Free roll starting in 7 minutes. If you're enjoying our free coverage here on YouTube, please smash that like button. Subscribe to our YouTube channel while you're at it. Got a couple more hours here on the free feed, so. For those curious about why we're watching just one table, this is table C. For the first time this year, we are showing you 3 tables on PokerGO.com. Table B and C along with the main coverage. So if you have a friend or family member on table B or C, you can follow along with them directly. If you only care about the main feed, which I think many of you do, just get that PokerGO membership or use your laptop or desktop to join our YouTube memberships, our high roller tier. It costs the same as PokerGO. It costs the same as YouTube Primetime. It just gives you access to live chat on YouTube, which many of you have asked for, so we've tried to make that work via a little workaround, and here we are. I can see the chat on the member service as well. It's very friendly in the members-only chat. Who knew? Who would have thought? Trip Ace is here for Haxton. He in a hand here versus Chidwick. For Doru, who's asking, it's $20 to watch the remainder of the main event. I don't think that's too bad. 5 minutes until the free roll starts. Almost 600 players in there. This is your chance. 500 players. 5 minutes left. Play PokerGO.com. $30K from Chidwick. Haxton comes with the call, obviously. Haxton just wants to keep Chidwick in the game here. King shows up on the turn here. I wonder if Chidwick wants to continue betting at this. Play PokerGO.com for the free roll. You got about 3 minutes. Action one, check, check. 9 on the river. $200K. Potts has bet here from Haxton. And Chidwick lets it go. Chidwick on 500K. He's got some work to do on just 20 bigs. Little wide angle shot there of our table C table.
How many times, how long is it lifetime? I've gone past with spots like that. Yeah, exactly. Or you're just studying that. I'm saying this is funny because there's probably like years deep.
This is our third table that we are streaming for free. Make sure to join PokerGO.com to get our full broadcast. We got Kotler here finding ace-queen off. Jeremy Kotler, 2.5 million in career tournament earnings. This man has got some results. In 2021, he won the Win Fall Classic for $640K. Also winning the, fourth place in the Borgata Poker Open back in 2013. And he's got a WPT 5 Diamond final table from 2012. So Jeremy Kotler, no stranger to the big spots. Made a 50K, and Padron with jacks is just going to flat.
He knows. He knows it, but in his heart, he knows. You gotta know in your heart.
So seed 1 and 2 head-to-head here on 10-5 deuce 2 hearts. Kotler's going to bet 40K. And Padron raising it up to 150 with his overpair. And look at this, Kotler makes the call. So we got 460 in the middle. Deuce pairs on the turn. Kotler with backdoor hearts doesn't improve. Also had a backdoor straight draw.
Players in the high rollers do not back your seats on come on back order table 670. We need to get you guys checked in so we can do the redraw. So if you've not been checked in, make your way over to table 670. So we need you checked in.
After Kotler checked Padron, now with jacks, obviously he's going to stay on the gas. He's going to give no free cards here with that heart draw out there. Also hoping to get value from hands like ace-10.
All players that need to check in for the 50K, get yourself an order, please.
Kotler really with no moves to make here. Padron betting half of his stack. Ace-queen just shrivels in a spot like this, but he is not going to give up so easily. Again, welcome to the Table C coverage. If you're just tuning in, this is bonus coverage. We are following along with just this table. If you want the main feed, you can get that on PokerGO.com. Save $20 by using promo code WSOP25YT. That is our best value. And in addition to that, or I guess parallel to that, we have our YouTube memberships. So if you're on desktop, you can click the link pinned in the YouTube chat. That link will take you to our members only stream. Click on join, click high roller, and subscribe. Apologies for the confusion. We're just trying to offer a YouTube product that has live chat, and sadly, what YouTube calls prime time doesn't have live chat, so bear with us on that. Memberships do have chat, so if you accidentally ended up in the wrong place, you can get refunded on the YouTube prime time, and then simply choose to become a YouTube member via our high roller plan. I hope that made sense. I'm going to try to explain it a few more times in the future. More than 100 hours of coverage on the main feed, covering the main event from here on out. Every night we got the night shift with Nick Schulman and Ali Najad. Chidwick now with a 50K raise. Bijot defends from the big blind. The payout right now is $40,000 for all remaining players. And look at this. 5, 6, 7, 2 spades. Chidwick overcards and the flush draw. Bijot with a pair and a straight draw. Depending how this plays out, could see aggression from both sides here. Wouldn't even be surprised to see Bijot lead here to mix things up, because Chidwick only has 450K left behind. Chidwick is going to have a lot of ace, king, ace, queen type hands in this situation. Bijot with pair and straight draw. And here it is, leading for 50,000. Oh, excuse me, 35,000. I guess he announced verbally those two green chips do represent 50,000. Chidwick with some real equity here. As you can see, it's 50-50 in this hand. Ace of clubs on the turn. That's much more in Chidwick's range, being the preflop raiser, but Bijot still has plenty of outs. So even if Chidwick has an ace, nothing really to be concerned with. Action on Bijot, 200K in the middle. He decides to check. Now, Chidwick can take the free card here. He's got his flush draw that he can still make. Can also still hit a pair. The low variance route would have him checking back here. Action does go check, check, and look at this. Chidwick saved by the river. If this goes to showdown, manages to find a jack. This could be a nice escape here. Bijot with a little bit of Christoph Vogelsang type tanking and hiding. It's a whole show here. One of the main things that irk me sometimes about tournament play is how extremely slow the action can be. I did commentary on a cash game last night, and it was such a breath of fresh air seeing how fast the players were acting. And now it's a couple minutes per decision, which gives me time to read the chat and play my free roll, maybe even have some lunch. It's definitely a different experience. And it does go check, check, and Chidwick is going to win this one. If you're just joining us here on YouTube, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. This is Table C, our third table in action. We have our main feed showing you all the tables that are, of course, followed by our cameras. Commentary by Jeff Plattenberg and Hanks on that feed. Blind still at 10K, 25K. We are about to be below 400 players. All the remaining players are now guaranteed $40,000 for their payout. Scrolling through the list of busted players. JJ Liu recently eliminated. Josh Rijkaard also on the rail. Anthony Roberto. Bulgarian pro Simeon Nadanov, Cord Garcia, Joseph Chong have all been busted. Nadja Magnus also no longer in the tournament. Appreciate you all for joining me here on Table C. PokerGO.com has the best deal right now, $20 off the annual sub. Use promo code WSOP25YT. That gives you access to all of our streams. Isaac Haxton finds a premium here. Pocket queens. Prederoli, who's had a really good start to his day today with ace down on the button. Oh, look at that. That's a 100K chip. Prederoli cranks it up to 165. Chen gets out of the way. Action back on Haxton. Haxton, of course, taking inventory of Prederoli's stack size. Look at that, a little glance over to the legs. Perhaps Haxton looking for some reads. Some players like to tap their feet or get restless feet. Haxton with multiple options available to him. Haxton most likely going to put in a 4-bet here. Haxton with the double check here, perhaps trying to make things look weak. And there it is. Haxton 4-betting to put Bertaroli all in, and he lets it go. If you're still in the free roll, let me know. I am down to 300 chips, and I have pocket aces. Let's go. Free roll every hour on the half hour. It's not my best run at it. Haxton again with the raise, making a 50K this time with King 7 suited. Bertaroli flatting with King 10 of hearts, and now Bijou invited in with pocket 7s. Now Chen with 7-8 off, looking to join the fun, and that might invite Chidwick in as well. Chen lets it go, and Chidwick with the quick call, so he must have something playable at the very least. Oh, it's pocket 5s. Okay, maybe this is what Chidwick needs, just to flop a set. Comes queen, queen 4. Haxton with the flush draw. The pocket pairs finding no connectivity. As you can see by following just one table, that the action in the main event can be really slow and tedious. That's why the main broadcast bounces between various different tables. The main feed, hosted by Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks. Tonight, Ali Najad and Nick Schulman on the call. So if you want to enjoy them, sign up to PokerGo.com. Use promo code WSOP25YT to save 20 bucks on the annual sub, or using your laptop or desktop, become a High Roller member on YouTube. That also will give you live chat. We just launched that this year. Haxton betting just 25K here. Almost feels like a check when you have to pay just one big blind. Chidwick with pocket fives. Yeah, that's what I thought. Going to come along here. Just smash a 5, make a full house. Why not? Instead, we see the ace of hearts. Ace of hearts squarely in Haxton's range, being the pre-flop raiser. In position now, Bijot considering things here with sevens. If you want to watch the full coverage, again, I see questions all the time about changing the tables. We are only showing table C on this feed. And the Frenchman comes with 160. That gets rid of Haxton, of Chidwick rather quickly. Action now on Haxton, who obviously has that spade flush draw, but the problem is, if I call here, what's my river game plan if the spade doesn't come in? And if it does come in, can I still get value from it? Can I, lead river to get value? Is Bijot going to bet the river if the spade comes? Those are all considerations here for Haxton. Haxton is, of course, an absolute total gangster, so he could also still check raise here because he might not believe it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I finally got one right. I'm not the greatest player in the world, but Haxton here with the check raise, showing why he is one of the best. Simply not believing the story that Bijot is telling here, making it 350, and I'm almost a little surprised by the size, but perhaps the size being used here as a way to sign strength. Bijot now with the decision. Do I call and reevaluate? And what am I faced with on the river with my pair of sevens? Is Haxton playing an ace this way? Is he playing a queen this way? Probably wondering to himself, should I have just checked back there and taken the free river card? And Isaac Haxton doing what he does best. And this is why I love that we can follow this table continuously here. Deep in the main event, Isaac Haxton putting on a show. Up to 3 million chips. Thanks again to everyone joining me. If you want to take my chips, join me on playpokergo.com. Hourly free rolls. Also lots of side action going on there as well. I might jump in a few sit and goes during the broadcast here. It's free. Free to play from anywhere in the world. Playpokergo.com. You can get the app on iOS or Android. You can also just play on your computer. And Boivin now finding pocket jacks. Still can't believe he folded a jack 8 earlier, making a full house against Hesse, but I guess we'll have to ask him later on. Predaroli from Italy with ace-deuce suited. Let's bring this baby up to 3,000 likes if you're catching us on the YouTube feed at 2,500 right now. Also, let me know if you're still in the free roll. I'm still in. 300 left. Let's go. Isn't the background noise soothing? The sound of the chips shuffling and a little bit of room noise. It's almost like we have a white noise machine playing for us. All right, so Chen made the call on the button, and we see King 8-9, 2 hearts. Boivin seeing overcards, but also with the range advantage here. Able to represent the king here. This went check, check, and now the third heart on the river. Turn, excuse me. Getting ahead of myself. Nothing out there for Chen. He's potentially already given up on this. Nicholas says that noise is just as nice as sneakers squeaking on a basketball court and a ball being swished through the net. That's almost poetic, Nicholas. I like that. Ian says, most annoying noise in poker when people shuffle their chips over and over again. Well, Ian, don't come to my house, because I sit on the couch and I have a stack of chips that I shuffle almost all day long. Eric Smith, I see you in the chat. You've been around for so many of our streams. I've made you moderator. So Eric, use your powers wisely. Could talk to Russell or Jimmy, Christy, and the other mods for some additional assistance. But I appreciate you being one of our top fans in the chat. All right, Boivin with the 55K bet on the river. Chen never developed any interest in this hand. Am I the only one who shuffles chips at home? You guys let me know. Do you watch TV or play poker at home and shuffle chips? I can't be the only one. 40K guaranteed for the final 385 players. The pay jumps are small today, but they are becoming more and more meaningful. We'll have our next pay jump when we get down to the final, let's see, what does this say? The final 350 players. So the final 350 will get an additional 5K. So small pay jumps, 45K for the final 350 players. This is our bonus coverage on table C. Our main feed has coverage of the 3 feature tables. Greg Merson on one of those. Brad Owen and Esther Taylor on the main feature table. Hesse making it 60,000 with 10-9 suited, and Haxton with a suited ace-10, staring him down, up and down. He's going to make the calling position. He's going to make the call. Predaroli throws his 3s in the muck. I'm glad to see many people in the chat confirming that they're also big-time chip shufflers. And seeing a comment here from Uberman Drew, he says, a gambler's fidget spinner, I believe. But yes, I agree. That's exactly what it is. Four-way action developing here as Padron calling with Queen Deuce in the big blind. Okay, let's see what this brings. 10 Deuce 4 on the flop. Might see a clash here between Hesse and Haxton. Haxton with the better 10. Hesse the initial raiser. Sagar in the chat says, hi, I'm watching from India. Hopefully one day we'll play the main events. I hope so. Poker in India, growing strong. Similar to Japan and Brazil. Those countries really seeing a big surge in players here in the main events. I've been talking to some people from India, and they're letting me know that poker is definitely starting to grow very fast. Once again, let us know that, or I want to let you know that on PokerGo.com you can watch the main feed. This is just Table C bonus coverage. Promo code WSOP25. YT will deliver you the $20 discount on the annual membership. Ramsey says, I have 6 chips that I got in AC the first time I played. Shuffle them while playing online poker. I shuffle with 8 chips. It's always 8. I don't know why. Meanwhile, we've arrived on the turn here. Hesse picks up a diamond draw and now decides to check. Now, I don't think Haxton can allow or can give a free card here. Just realize your equity. Bet your own hand. Apologies, I was looking at the chat. What was the bet size from Hesse on the flop here? I'm sure you guys paid more attention than me. And Haxton is going to check back. Nine completes the board and also turns this hand around into the favor of Isaac Haxton. And now Hesse going to go for value after making 2 pair. .275 called by Haxton, who will see the bad news. Ace-10 not going to do it here after Hesse river 2 pair. So Haxton takes a little bit of a hit here. Hesse up to 2.5 million. And look at this. All of a sudden, Hesse among the chip leaders at this table. Let's see if I can give you guys some info on this gentleman. Stefan Hesse from Nassau Bay, Texas. He's got a degree in geology. Winner of a WSOP circuit ring in Bossier City back in 2011. This man's been around the block. He's got 17 career 5-figure cashes. Now going up against Isaac Haxton. Pocket 4s into the muck. Those small pocket pairs not as appealing in early position. This table so far all business. Not much chatter going on. Speaking of chatter, Mr. Kassouf is still in there. And from what I've heard, he's a little quieter today. Maybe he's trying to balance his image a little bit. I know that Kassouf has as many fans as he has haters. If he makes a deep run, I'm sure we'll see some of those antics return to the main stage. Thank you all for hanging out here with me on the Table C coverage as we see Chen making it 50K. Kotler with King Deuce offsuit on the button. Just coming with the 3-bet, applying that pressure. If you want to watch the full feed with all of our coverage, please make sure to join us on PokerGO.com. Get the annual sub, watch the full feed. Also, watch our table B and C coverage at the same time. So you got basically set up 3 TVs, watch 3 feeds at the same time. Never miss another moment of the main event. And tonight it's Ali Najad and Nick Schulman on the commentary. And look at this. Chen is going to call, and he's going to flop a set. 340K in the middle, calling the 3-bet out of position with the small pocket pair. Might be unconventional, but these stacks are deep. These boys are sitting on almost 100 big blinds apiece. And Chen now hoping for Kotler to have a big pair or at least a strong hand, which is what his pre-flop action represented. Little does he know, Codler only sitting on King Deuce offsuit, and he's going to fire out 75K. If you want to become a YouTube High Roller member, you can do so by clicking on the link in the YouTube chat when you're on your desktop or laptop. Click the join button and join the High Rollers. Then you have the main feed with Brent and Jeff, as well as live chat. We've added that recently. It's a bit confusing, but some people just live on YouTube, and we respect that. Also my favorite platform. And Chen opts for the immediate check raise. Now, this of course gets rid of all the bluffs here. The ace-king, the ace-queen type hands will have a hard time continuing here. So Chen just targeting aces, kings, queens. Wow. And Codler is going to make the call. What is happening here? This is our most intriguing hand on table C so far. 790K in the middle. Codler with King Deuce offsuit and the ace on the turn. Now Chen is going to assume that Codler is going to have a lot of big cards, a lot of big pairs. How do we proceed here? How does King Deuce end up on the turn here? There must be a game plan. Is Codler going to try and steal this one, which could horribly backfire versus the flopped set of Chen? Carson Chen only has 60K in earnings, but for some reason his aura just gives me a vibe that he's got the game figured out. Chen decides to check, and now giving Codler a way to make a very big mistake, and he's going to bet 250. What a dream scenario here for Chen. And is he going to go for the double check raise? If you're Chen in this situation and you've already check raised, are you going to do it again here or just check call? Keep whatever bluffs are left in Codler's range, even though I'm having a hard time finding bluffs here. This has to feel as strength from Codler. And Chen might be hoping for ace-jack. I don't see kings or queens betting this turn after getting checked to. Obviously, you would take a free card with that kind of hand. Chen does make the call, which I think is definitely the right approach. River card is the jack. Full house now for Chen. The only hand he really has to worry about, ace-jack or aces. Not impossible, but Chen must really like his situation here. Now, if and when Chen checks here and Codler bets, the question then becomes, what is he betting with? What kind of hand would he bet on the river with? He wouldn't bet kings, he wouldn't bet queens, he would just take those to showdown. It would be pure bluffs, but you know, good luck finding a pure bluff here. Could he call a check raise with king, queen of diamonds? Finding it hard to believe. And Codler pulls the trigger for 1.6 million. What an unbelievable hand. Chen is deciding for his tournament life with a full house and has to ask himself, what hands is his opponent going to do this with? Just completely insane what's going on here right now. Chen has a full house, but this looks extremely strong from Kotler. 3-bet pre, gets check raised on the flop, makes the call, then bets turn and shoves river. What hands are we doing that with? Aces, jacks, ace jack. Definitely not with queens, definitely not with kings. And what bluffs do we have here? I mean, honestly, this bluff is so ridiculous that I can't even put together how Chen can find a call here with confidence. I know this sounds crazy, but just think of the hands that Kotler would take this specific line with. There are so few combinations that he can do this with outside of pure bluffs. But which pure bluff calls check raise, bets turn, bets river? Put yourself in Chen's shoes here for a second. Aces, jacks, ace, jack. I can't find many other hands. I'm not a math specialist, but if there's ever a time to fold a full house, this might be it. But we can also, of course, see that if he makes the call, he's going to double up. Kotler is just absolutely sending it here. What an unbelievable situation here on this feature table. Kotler unleashing on the river. Good luck finding a bluff here. What bluff could it possibly be? This is one of the craziest hands I've seen in a long time. And he folds. Wait, did he call or fold? He calls. Okay, he calls. Wow. Sorry, that was crazy. I thought he. Oh my God, 4.5 million. Chen, all of a sudden, one of the chip leaders in this tournament, and Kotler unleashing and losing almost all of his chips. This is one of the most insane pots I have seen in a long time. Gotta give credit to Kotler here for just emptying the clip. Oh my God. Can I say what a punt? Wow. This is one of the hands of the day. One of the hands of the tournament. Wild. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a moment, what a hand. Chen now on 4.5 million chips. Carson Chen, one of the top contenders in the main event right now. This is pretty incredible.
If it was 250 and you take that long, that we're all coming after you.
All right, much love to everyone in the chat, losing their minds collectively, with myself included. I think I yanked on the microphone cord because all of a sudden you guys are messaging me saying that the audio sounded weird. That is purely from excitement. I must have yanked the cord and it must have gotten unplugged or something, but we are back. We are having a good time. Once again, if you want to watch full coverage, WSOP 25 YT, sign up right now. Also, the next free roll starting in 10 minutes. Play PokerGo.com. Sign up right now. Play for free. Get in the mix. I am still in the previous free roll. There's only 100 left. I'm still in. I'm 50 of 100. I got 8,000 chips. Let's go. Maybe today is the day that I win a free roll. Obviously, all in good fun. We're just trying to play and watch and just soak up all the poker here. It's the main event. We live, we breathe poker. Eat, sleep, repeat. And Chen finds ace-king, and he's going to continue to try and harass the players at this table. So once again, watch full coverage, not just this table, on PokerGo.com. Save $20 on the annual sub. WSOP 25 YT gets you in the mix there. You can watch 3 tables at once on PokerGo.com. As Hesse finds pocket kings. Ladies and gentlemen, we might have picked the right table here on table C. 180K from Hesse, back to Chen now, who might have some additional confidence here, wanting to play a big pot. Let's find out. Instead, Chen is going to keep it conservative, just making the call. After all, ace-king is just a drawing hand. Becomes queen, queen, 3. Nice way to escape. But yeah, if you want to watch the full feed, click the link in the YouTube chat and hit the join button. You can only do this on desktop. I know this is frustrating. You can only do it on desktop. For some reason, the app does not allow for that. So when you're on desktop, laptop, whatever, click the link in the chat, hit join, select high roller, and then you can watch the live feed with live chat, commentary by Jeff and Brent. And then tonight, of course, you also get the night shift with Nick and Ali. Just trying to paint a clear picture. We saw a bet of 100K and a call. Man, I'm having to keep track of so many things at the same time here. Apologies if I miss anything. $150 here from Chen on the turn. Ace-king drawn to just an ace. And Hesse is going to make the call. Almost $1 million in the middle again. We're seeing some big pots here on table C. Players are about to go on break. We are also taking a 15-minute break, but after that we'll continue with our coverage. Hesse with the kings check in again. Just looking to induce here from the chip leader. Is Chen gonna pull the trigger and bluff at this? Nope, it's gonna go check, check. 440K heading to Hesse, who now is up to 3 million. So lots of chips in the pot here on table C, hand after hand. I hope you guys are liking the show. My name is Remco Rinkema. I'll be back in about 20 minutes at 4:42 p.m. local Las Vegas time. Until then, please enjoy some highlights from the World Series of Poker. Once again, our full coverage is available on PokerGo.com. And the free roll starts in 7 minutes, by the way. New free roll on Play PokerGo. Play for free, play from anywhere. Check out the free roll. Okay, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. See you in a bit.
With E-Tank.
Let's head over to one of our secondary feature tables. Michael Zolker is all in and will run smack dab into it. Stephen Hess with the birds. After Joey Padron opened on the button with the 6-4 suited. What a dream spot in the main to look down at the 2 aces.
Just sitting there waiting. Looking to collect more and more chips.
Zolker finished second at the 10K PLO Championship earlier this summer. Michael Wang. He will see the bad news here. 925K in the middle. Zolker can somehow find a way.
Well,
gonna be tough.
6% of the time.
Yeah.
Diamonds are live, spades are live.
Ah, how does he not win?
Nines are very lucky, I think.
Okay, let's find out. Well, you said spades.
And the straight
Oh my
opportunity.
goodness.
I mean,
7% now.
He's flopped the whole world.
See if he can turn any kind of a sweat, and he does. A queen or a 7 saves the day for Zolker.
Wow.
River card is a 10. And he'll be eliminated at the hands of aces full. Still takes home more than $30,000 for his efforts.
It's one of our locals, Jeff. Resides here in Las Vegas, Zolker. And the walk of shame, departing the main event, the main stage.
The camera.
Oh. I think I want to, well, hopefully.
Well, yeah. But you're trying to play.
Daniel Erlinson out of Sweden with the ace-3 suited.
Horse, I guess. I was looking at the horse originally, but that's tomorrow. Race to 40,000, and then.
Just last year, Erlinson finished 31st in the main event for $300,000.
Ace 10? Oh, yeah. Ace 10? Yeah.
You wonder if he played at all with Nawa, who also went deep.
King Jack. You're just like any king.
Yeah. I was talking to somebody yesterday. It's very expensive to learn.
Now on the button with ace-8 suited. He's got more than 20 bigs. This doesn't have to be an all-in. He's going
But
to
it will be
anyway.
here for Nawa. Oh no.
Oh boy.
Yuta Nakai looks down to 2 10s in the small blind.
It's a good way to do it. Just dive right in.
475.
Asks for the count.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 25, 50, 475 for the lead.
Mentioned last year, Nawa finishing in 45th place, 2019, 25th place. Now he has got to win with ace-8 suited.
Good luck.
To best those results, a big underdog.
So we saw an ace already get thrown into the muck by Erlinson.
Good luck.
1 million in the middle. Nawa will need some help. Doesn't quite find it on the Jack 9-4. 1 diamond though. For now, needs an ace. It's not there on the turn. It'll need to be there on the river. For now as day ends. Seven on the river. It's a good game to Hiroki Nawa. Another deep run in the main. Falls short at the hands of his fellow countryman Yuta Nakai.
Game.
Ace-8, they call it the dead man's hand. Exhibit A.
The ace-8 sends Nawa out the door. So we head back to the main stage, Ite with aces. She opened Puri. Delmas and Owen called out of the blinds. Flop check to Ite, who bet 160,000. Or 100,000, sorry. Delmas made the call. Here we are on the turn after Delmas checks. And is in some trouble with his pair of kings.
Certainly do not expect Delmas to at all get carried away with this hand, but you can't fault him for calling one more street with after flopping top pair. And how about this? Let's just throw it in the muck. He read into Ite as having a great deal of strength and fantastic read at that.
Terrific laydown with the king. Thought he was going to be put to the test on the river, but he
wanted
passed it on the
to
turn.
avoid that test, hence the laydown.
Ite
I get a water
from Pennsylvania as we take a look at her bio.
The money bubble yesterday with
We swing all the way over
into,
to another secondary feature.
Package, you know? And he doubled up, and then when he gets to my table, he ends up having like 700. Yeah. Off of one big, so it obviously happens. Really? Yeah.
Merson with the ace-8.
Do you have any insight regarding these jerseys that Merson has been wearing? Is this part of the new milk?
Part of the breaking. Yeah.
Brad
owns a sports card breaking company.
I don't understand the milkman part. I don't see milk anywhere.
Well, the milkman limps in.
Which, by the way, day 4, I was watching Merson. We were covering him. He was incorporating the limp with a variety of holdings. He's now mixed in ace-8 off. And it's a late position limp.
It's Chris Viox with the king-jack suited in the big blind who does call. Jagardis bumped it up to 80K.
Oh my. Look at Mercer
reaching and coming in with a 3-bet to 315,000.
He has set this spot up with the limp. He got everything he wanted. Gardes isolating with a much weaker holding. Viox just flatting out of the big blind, and then Merson pounces.
Puts Viox in an awkward spot. Because at this point, the pot's become pretty inflated.
This is so clever by Merson.
One for the oh-so-crafty Greg Merson, who had quite the year in 2012, punctuated by the World Series of Poker main event bracelet. Let's take you back 13 years ago.
Here with Chris Shoddy, who told me yesterday he was down to 5 big blinds 3 different times. How have you managed to stay alive?
I mean, it was very hard, very tough day. I got cracked my sets 2 times, went down 3 times to 5 bigs, and I don't know, managed to survive. I got lucky one time actually. I was behind and I ended up in front, and managed to go to 56 bigs at the end of the day to start day 4. So I was pretty happy about the day.
And you told me it's your 5th time playing the main, but this is your deepest run yet. Does anything feel different about it, Chris?
It's very different. When you get that deep, you play every hand differently. You have to, when you get in the pot, you're trying to get good. It's a marathon. It's a magnificent tournament. As I said, 5 bigs to 50 bigs 3 times. You cannot do that in any other type of tournament. So yeah, I'm very happy about it, to be honest.
Best luck, rest away. Thank you for your time.
The break as we check in on our secondary feature, where Stephen Chidwick has checked with the Queen Jack and is facing an all-in. Alessandro Prederoli with the flush. Moves it in for 300K. Chidwick check called flop for 40K. Check called turn for 100,000. Checks on the river, faces all of it. Can Chidwick get away?
And just look at the dream board for Prederoli. Flops the royal draw, top pair.
Top pair.
Alongside it, drills the shovel on the turn.
And I imagine you would be so nervous in this situation to play pots against Chidwick. That's going to comfort you a little bit, this kind of run out.
I'm wondering what Chidwick is deciding could be bluffs for Prederoli. Could be very small pairs, right? That just possess a spade that he's opted to 3-barrel it and rifle it off with.
Chidwick has a jack getting in the way of some straights that could hunt for value here.
Wow.
Does flick in the call. Prederoli. It gets paid off with the goods.
We are the creators of our own stories. Well,
I thought you were just making that up. I was like, that's created. Nice, but I see the hoodie.
Zone double. You're just surprised I can read.
Prederoli up to 990,000. See the names top of your screen? Thomas Boivin has joined this table. So we have 3 elite high
Tommy
rollers.
B is here? Oh.
See more of him when we come back from break. The main event. Arpa with queens.
Raise to 50.
Delmos, the ace-10 suited. Makes the call. go heads up to this flop. King 10 deuce. Queen still best. Arba from Ohio originally, now resides in Jacksonville. His hand on X is tilt fish.
Tilt fish.
Tilt fish.
Do you follow him?
I do not, no.
Awfully rude, don't you think?
Well, you know, if you follow every poker player, the timeline's going to be a little full.
Does he follow you?
Let's see. He does, yes. Respect.
Oh. Under gang with those two queens. Understandable action. Ace 10. Certainly not going to give up. Could be the best hand.
River 5. By the way, on X, some reports that Will Kassouf is sick. He's a little under the weather, perhaps. Well, perhaps you shouldn't sleep just 2 hours before what was that, day 3 or day 4? And drink all night. That probably doesn't help the overall health.
What do you mean drink all night? Said he was sober.
No, I thought he said he was up drinking with friends till 9 or 10 a.m. before the day 3 or 4.
Well, I think he was drinking one. Nice value bet here, by the way. Two queens. We'll get back to Kassouf's
no, we don't have
alleged
to.
Drinking
we
habit.
We don't have to.
Outstanding value bet. Targeting a 10. We have seen Delmas make the great fold earlier out of position against Ite. We get flop top pair here. Can he make another? Very tough fold. Remember, the flop went check, check. Arba started seeking value on turn and then river. If you think that Arba can take you to value town with a hand like 2 jacks or 2 queens, then yeah, maybe you consider folding. But there are plenty of draws that have missed. And maybe Arba could have a hand like Queen 10, trying to eke out a little bit of value.
Oh.
So we beat the.
So you beat.
We beat the
some
thin
value.
tens, yeah.
Perhaps that's what runs through Delmas's mind as he does make the call and pay off Arba. Nicely done by Arba, getting 2 streets with that hand, with the queens on the king high board.
Always.
Doesn't seem too fishy to me, but that's at Tiltfish on X.
You pointed out earlier.
$441 players left. Day 5 of the World Series of Poker main event. The 3rd largest main event of all time.
All right, welcome back, everyone. My name is Remco Rinkema, back in the mix here for Table C bonus coverage. Hope you all had some time there to perhaps, I don't know, get a sandwich, top up your drink. I appreciate you all for hanging out with me here. We're right back into the action here, and I'm excited to announce that my co-conspirator during the summer here on many different broadcasts, Mr. Tristan Wade is joining us for some expert analysis. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Remco? Yes, thank you for having me. Fix my mic real quick.
Yes.
Get my audio levels adjusted. You know, I'm bringing the hype. I got the energy.
Oh, man.
I got a workout in today, and Remco's like, get in the booth with me. And I'm just like, okay, let's go.
I'm keeping this guy away from the poker tables.
Yeah, there is another event for me to play, but I said, no, Remco, you know what? I'd rather be with you. And I'd rather see some of the world's best players compete in the biggest poker tournament on the planet here at the main event.
Oh, man.
We got Ike Haxton. We got Steven Chidwick. I heard there was another insane hand here for Mr. Chen, who has $4 million in chips.
You missed it,
but
seriously.
You'll have to tell me about that after this hand.
Yeah, we got action right away.
We got action. King 9 suited, pocket 8s, 8-9 suited in the big blind. Again, I call these spots in the big blind high equity spots because you love to peel in the big blind with these suited connectors, and this is why. Open-ended straight draw for Ike Haxton right off the rip. Bigot, what a last name.
Yeah, but we're going French on this. We're going Bijou.
Bijou. Okay, thank you. You're my European translator. And he's got the betting lead. He has the blockers to king, queen. He has some backdoor draws himself. But when you get called in two spots here and you're out of position, sometimes you might just want to check and not start betting a kind of bottom of range hand here. So Bigot is going to mull this over for a second. And he is grabbing chips. And he comes with 90K, and this is where it gets sticky for Padron. He has the best hand, but he doesn't even think it over. He goes, look, there's only one overcard. I got 2 8s. I got 6, 7, 8 working currently. And Ike Haxton here, everyone, this is a spot where if he wants to pounce with 9 high, he could totally check raise here to like 235K, 240K. Now, he doesn't always have to do that because he might price himself in to call an all-in from each player. So let's see if he decides to be aggressive here with the open-ended straight draw and backdoor flush draw, or just peel one off and see a turn card. He's eyeing both stacks. This is very important. He needs to know both stacks. I mean, there's 400K in the middle. Both players have less than 2x pot. An all-in could even be a thing here, but I don't know. You know, he's much better than me. And I mean, I guess you don't really want to play a whole lot of raises when you're out of position when the other opponents have pocket queens in their range. But Ike Haxton has the most 2 pairs on this board. And he also has the most 7x in his range. So let's see if he plans on doing any leading here.
So Bijou got bluffed off his hand before break, where Ike, as the initial raiser, bet flop on queen, queen, deuce, got called in 2 spots, and then on the turn an ace came. Ike check raised with the flopped flush draw, and Bijou folded his pair of 7s, was queen, queen, deuce, ace. So there is some history
yeah.
here brewing between Haxton and Bijou.
And he probably knows that was just seen, huh? Okay, thank you for that.
So yeah, the chat will let you know, Tristan, that you missed the sickest hand of the tournament between Chen and Kotler. We'll show you that hand later to get you caught up on the action because there's some analysis to be done there. I did my best, but you know that I'm not even a good ace jack player, so take my analysis with a grain of salt.
No worries, and we got all the players check the turn here. River's a queen, and this is very interesting for Mr. Ike Haxton, who has the largest stack in the big blind. He's going to have most queen X and most 7X out of all the players here. But queen X still exists in the in-position players' ranges, so he's just going to give up. And pocket 8s is going to win this hand if there's no further aggression.
Well, aggression has been the name of the game at this table. Kotler was trying to make Chen blow up, but that did not work.
I see Chidwick down to 500,000, which is okay. He can work that out.
Yeah, Chidwick was on $1 million when we joined the table. Had a few unfortunate spots where best against second best was basically sort of getting him to get ground down slowly but surely.
Yeah, but he's okay. I mean, he's almost got, what, 17 big blinds. And this is going to check around. Ike shows 9 high, no good. King 9's going to show, but nope, they don't show. 8 shows. Happy to win that pot. 500K going to Padron there.
All right, so once again, if you're just tuning in and catching us on YouTube, this is bonus coverage. We are only showing table C. We're going to go for 2 more hours until dinner break. And then tonight, if you are a member or a PokerGo subscriber, you can watch the night shift with Ali Najad and Nick Schulman. Tristan and I will be locked in watching that as well.
The 2 best poker commentators on the planet. I mean, there's nobody better than those guys.
There's no reason Tristan and I should be talking when those guys are on the broadcast. So we're just going to let them do their thing. Make sure you get your memberships in before that. The night shift is going to run for 2 levels, so that's 4 hours of night shift coverage. And we do love all you guys hanging out with us on YouTube as well for this bonus coverage. Please know as well, this is new, and I don't even think Tristan knows this, but this year during the main, starting today on day 5, we have 3 tables streaming live at the same time. We have table A, the main feed. We have table B and table C. So we have multiple tables to follow.
Who's doing it better than PokerGo?
We're trying, man. We're trying. I know the people are upset about everything all the time, but we are just trying to provide the product. It's a good sweat. $20 to watch the main. About 100 hours of coverage left.
$20 to watch the main. Come on. It's a cup of coffee. Maybe 2.
Now
Maybe
it is.
2. Yeah, now it is with inflation.
Your with Frappuccino might be $17 at this point.
Horchata, new horchata coffee they got.
with an added shot and some whip on top.
2 espresso. I don't do the whip. Okay, so we got Boivin, man, killers at this table.
Isn't
like
that sick?
These are 3 of the high rollers. These guys have tens of millions of dollars in poker earnings. Steven Chidwick with the most poker earnings on the planet, I think.
Second now,
okay.
64 million.
Jeez. Boivin just had an unreal series where he's gotten deep in the high rollers, and Ike Haxton, one of the best no-limit hold'em players on planet Earth.
One thing that we've noticed from this table, action slow, deliberate. It's not a cash game. These guys are very considerate about their actions, and we could be looking at 4-way action going to the flop.
Yeah, and look, I mean, really interesting here to see ace-queen suited call. Boivin raising on the cutoff, ace-queen suited working with 50 or 100 bigs, excuse me. These guys are all super, super deep that are in this pot. So ace-queen suited's basically kind of a trap here because Boivin's going to be raising such a wide range from the cutoff. I'd say around 33 to maybe 30 to 35% of hands. And Boivin's going to flop the best of it with king 4. But he's up against 2 pretty strong ranges here. When the button flats, the button's going to have all these suited connectors, small pairs, suited aces, suited broadways. And then Ike Haxton in the small blind's also going to have a range that's somewhat similar.
So Haxton comes with the check. Quick check from Boivin, and now Hesse on the button with ace-queen. Saw Hesse play his kings versus Chen really cool just before the break. Was able to realize a bit of value there, getting Chen to bluff with ace-king. And now on the turn here, Hesse hitting an ace.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, when you have ace-queen of spades, this is the last flop you want to see. So pretty good that he checks. And boomska right away. Top pair, second best kicker. His hand is so under-repped. And Ike Haxton's smothered between 2 players out of position here. He does have a flush draw, but I don't think this is the spot he starts to bet because both players have way more ace-x in their range. But again, he has a jack-9 of hearts, so let's see what he does. Okay, he does check. And I say Boivin. Remco says
Boivin.
Boivin. I don't, again, you know, my American tongue just can't work that out. But we see this check through, and what a river card for Mr. Ike Haxton here. he rivers the flush. Now it's a 4-liner. I don't know if he's going to be able to get much action here, but Hesse has one of the most under-repped hands here out of all players, the top pair. And are you sure it's not?
I do think that if your name is Hesse, that's pretty dope.
It's pretty cool, yeah.
It's a pretty good name.
He's you know, whenever I look at these other names, you always say it's something else. So.
He is from Texas, though.
Okay, well then Hesse is for sure. Hesse.
All right, Tristan Way joining me in the booth. Thank you all so much for joining. We're just having some fun here on Table C. We can go deep with the analysis because we're just focused on this one table, deep in the streets.
We do see a big bet here from Ike, 200K into 250. Yeah, we got some of the chat warriors saying, how does he check ace-queen? I'm kind of with you guys. How does he check ace-queen on the turn? But I would say with all those draws against two players, he knows both players could maybe still have sets, maybe have two pairs with like the suited aces, like ace-3, ace-4, ace-6 suited, even ace-5 suited. So I think he was just kind of playing defense on the turn, hoping to get a safe river. And this is not the river card he wanted. But I do hear everyone in the chat. He totally could have bet his ace-queen when checked 2 twice on the turn. But that is my logic for why he checked. He's just playing 2 of the world's best. He didn't really want to play a monster pot, as we see. He could have just 3-bet pre-flop. This would have been a lot easier of a spot. But instead he goes multi-way, and he's going to bluff catch here and see the bad news that he gets rivered here.
And look at this. The professor gets the value with Jack-9. Now, let's just, play pretend there for a second. Let's say Hesse does bet on the button. Can Ike continue a lot of the times? What kind of sizing prices him out? How is he able to see the river?
Oh, that's a good question, Remco. He only has Jack high with the flush draw on a board that's very scary that Hesse checks back the flop with, right? So we could maybe rule out Hesse having sets there. We could maybe rule out Hesse having over pairs. So that's a spot where maybe Ike attacks with only Jack 9 of hearts, and he might come for a check raise. So that's also the other reason why maybe ace-queen of spades wants to check the turn to keep a pot small, to not get check raised, because those boards kind of smash the small blind and even the opener, because both of those big stacks are going to have all the small pairs, suited connectors, suited aces in their range. So, yeah, I think it was an overall fine played hand. He only lost 6.5 big blinds, even though it seems like a huge mistake. You just don't really want to get check raised by Ike there on the turn either. Could be a disaster.
Once again, welcome to the show, everyone. This is Table C. I cannot say this enough. The main feed available on PokerGO.com. Use promo code WSOP25YT to save $20 on your annual subscription. That's the best value of the year. In addition to that, or parallel to that, I should say, you can also just get us through the YouTube membership. Get on your desktop or laptop. Click the link that is pinned in the YouTube chat. Hit the join button, select High Rollers, and then you can watch our full broadcast with Jeff and Brent on the call right now, but also tonight when the night shift kicks off with Nick and Ali. And I just wanted to mention all those steps because it is easy to get stuck in the Primetime membership, which also offers the same stream, but it doesn't have live chat. I know you guys love the live chat, so if you want that, pay attention. Make sure you select the High Roller tier on the join button. And that is not available through the YouTube app. I don't know why YouTube makes my life so difficult, but at the very least, I know the steps you have to take. So follow those steps closely, and you can watch all of our coverage between all the tables and outer table coverage and Natalie Bodie in the mix and the night shift when you get the subscription.
All right, so we got Ike Haxton raising the button, rightfully so. He's just going to play probably 50% of the deck here, if not more. And both players with bottom of range hands in the blind, so they're just going to muck. And we're going to move on to the next one. Yeah, we got some poker analysis. Thank you, Jimabo. What's up? We're here. Tristan Way with Remco Renkema. Happy to be here. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. We're cooking on YouTube right now. Appreciate everyone for joining us here. I'll be doing my best to give expert analysis to what's going on in these hands and what these players are thinking. We're down to 361 players remaining from nearly 10,000. You know, we had 9,700 put up $10,000 to play this tournament. It's the best tournament on the planet because it's a freeze out. You can only attempt it once, and once you get eliminated, you're donezo. And I got eliminated late on day 2. I'll save you my bad beat stories because there's a few of them. But we got Stephen Chidwick raising under the gun to 60K. And Padron here with the 8-9 suited. I think that's a good fold in middle position. Stephen's range is going to be really tight to raise under the gun. He's only got 17 big blinds, but he is going to have some quasi semi bluffs, and King Queen offsuit is one of those. So he's raising this just to either take the blinds, and if someone calls, he has a good hand. Now Hesse here with ace-5 suited, he could call or he could 3-bet. He could fold too, and he is going to come with a 3-bet. And so the idea with these 3-bets are, we know Steven only has 17 big blinds. He's going to be raise folding some portion of that range. Let's say he's playing like 15% of hands. And excuse me, we got our Italian player here, Pederoli, in the button. He's going to muck ace-jack, and that's why you want to 3-bet sometimes with these ace-5 suiteds. Okay, so let me get into this a little bit more. King Queen offsuit here, it could just hit the muck pretty quickly. Yep, and we do see that. So again, that was just one of Stephen Chidwick's raise folding range. Some of his suited aces that are weak are going to raise fold. His offsuit hands, probably King Queen offsuit's the worst hand he's going to raise there. And some of his weak suited aces. Those are all his bluffs. And then let's say he had like 8s plus or like ace-10 suited plus. He's probably going with 8s plus and ace-jack suited, I would say. Yeah, Nathan says, whoa, ace-jack folded. Yeah, that's a really tricky spot when you have an under-the-gun open and a hijack re-raise. That would be one of the only situations where ace-jack's good, basically. Still a long way to go for a final table, absolutely. I mean, we're probably going to get down to 100 or so players by the end of tonight. That's my prediction. It will be around 100 players. So this is moving day. I've made day 5 3 times in this tournament, and this is moving day. This is where the cream rises to the top, where stacks get built, and where, look, if you can just hold on and just have a shot to remain in this tournament, that's always delightful too. But this is one of the most important days, I feel like, in the main event. Bob Dylan says, is there a website so this players can see the stacks? Not really. You know, you have to kind of look around and count your players' stacks. So whenever I get to a table or when I'm at a table, I'm always, you know, eyeing everyone's stack to make sure I know what everyone has. And Boivin raises to 2 bigs with ace-8 suited, and we saw Hesse slow play ace-queen suited, but there will be no slow playing pocket kings here. He comes with a 3-bet. And it's 185,000. I think that's good. Good size. Folds around to Chen in the small blind, who's got 4 million. Table chip leader. I don't really think this is a hand you want to start bluffing with. So he's going to let that go. And Boivin here, I mean, we're playing 60 big blinds deep. I think ace-8 suited does some calling here, but a fold could obviously be okay as well. I think we start calling with some of the ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, and then if it's a little bit better, ace-9 suited, ace-10 suited in these scenarios. But these are kind of early positions too. And excuse me, folks, we're going to use this hand as a 4-bet bluff, and this is the wrong time to do so. He makes it 490K. And Hesse now has two options. We call and we trap in position, playing a 1 million chip pot with Boivin only having 1.2 million, or we put in the 5 bet to get this money in all in pre-flop. So you could click it back, right? The raise is about 300,000, so you could click it back to 800K, but that's probably committing. So I think we're mostly going to see an all-in or a call here. Could PokerGo ever partner with Disney and ESPN one day, Remco? That would be incredible, right? Imagine that kind of star power. You know, imagine Mickey Mouse running over the table when people are all in and stuff. That'd be cool. So yeah, this is a spot where you love to get 4-bet if you have kings. You probably just go all in. There's 750K in the middle. Boivin's only got 1.2 million, so you don't screw around here.
It might also be a factor that Boivin is like one of the top tier high roller players, and you know you still have kings, but you don't want to get owned either.
Yeah, you don't want to get owned, but you know when you have kings, you can get all the money from maybe queens, all the money from ace king. You know, you don't block the bluffs of like the suited aces. So kings just doesn't like the trap as much as pocket aces does. But let's see what he does. He is going to trap, Remco. This is spicy.
So now tell me this, right? You're trapping, but the ace could come off, and you know that the ace can be in his range, but the ace is also the perfect bluff card. How do we assess and continue if an ace shows up?
Well, luckily it didn't, first and foremost. But yeah, it's tough. It's really tough to maneuver. That's why I would have liked to see an all-in pre-flop, because look, we're working with 1 million in the middle, right? 1,055,000. Boivin only has 1.2 million. And I'm going to say his name 100 different ways, but he only has 1.2 million. So look, when you have kings here without a heart, anytime, like you could maybe rule out pocket jacks. You could maybe rule out pocket tens. For 60 big blinds, I think those hands want to just call the 3-bet a lot of the time, unless Boivin just says, look, I'm fine to just get all in for 60 bigs in these positions with jacks. I don't think most players this deep in the main event are going to play like that. So I think Boivin's really kind of in the scope of having pocket queens, ace king, maybe pocket aces, and then an assortment of bluffs like we see here. Now, when you have kings without a heart here, the trapping is done now.
Right.
You've gotten this extra bet from him. You move all in. If you had a heart in your hand, you could call here, and you don't mind if a heart peels off. But with black kings, you need to have some hands that are in your value range that protect, that want to move all in. So those would come from maybe ace-jack, maybe king-jack suited if you somehow had that, even though that's a little dicey, and then pocket queens, pocket kings. So I would love to see Hesse now move all in, and he does. And this is played to perfection. What a beautiful trap. He gets a snap fold, and he just took a big chunk, half of Boivin's stack there.
Yeah, Hesse's been playing extremely well, and he's getting the cards at the right time, now up to 3.7 million, challenging Chen, who is sitting on 4 million. What a table this has been. Table C has been delivering the goods. By the way, welcome everyone to the chat here on YouTube. Let us know where you're watching from. Make sure to subscribe as well. If you want to watch the full broadcast with Jeff and Brent, that's available on PokerGo.com. You can use the annual sub, use promo code WSOP25YT. You can also become a High Roller member on YouTube or get our Primetime offering. Primetime has no chat. The YouTube membership called the High Roller has live chat enabled. We have all feeds going. The one upside for PokerGo.com is the fact that you can watch Table B and C without commentary on the side as well. Tristan and I just focusing on Table C here right now. But yeah, 356 players remaining. Players are guaranteed 40,000. The final 350 will get 45,000. So we are rapidly seeing this field shrink, and we are just fortunate enough to have 3 high roller crushers and one of the tournament chip leaders at our table here on Table C. So once again, PokerGo.com for full coverage. Also for the night shift, there will not be a YouTube stream for free tonight. Ali and Nick are going to be for members only or for PokerGo subscribers. So please take note of that. By the way, a quick interruption here before you get back to analysis. Kasuf on 2.5 million, still in the mix. We have Chad Power on 2.3 million, Eric Afriat on 2 million, Esther Taylor 1.5, Victor Blom just below $1 million, and Matt Affleck on 800K. He, of course, iconic from the Jonathan Duhamel bust out that had him crying in the hallway. Affleck legend. Kai Cheng, chip leader, with 5.7 million.
Matt Affleck also iconic for all the work he's done with PokerCoaching.com, which I work with them too. So just a little shout out to him because he's a beast. He puts in a lot of work creating content, as do I for them. And we saw something really interesting in that hand. Ike raises under the gun 6, and we saw the Italian player Predaroli just fold 2 6s. And I think that's really interesting for anyone in the chat who was watching that, because he's in an awkward situation there, low jack versus high jack. If he was the cutoff or the button, he would have totally called with 6s. So I think he probably wants to start V-pipping, maybe 7s or 8s there. You could even maybe tighten your range a little, given how this is the main event, and there's pay jumps, and I'm going to just take my 40 bigs at this killer-esque of a table and try to play a little tight. And look at this back-to-back hands for Ike Haxton as he's dealt the 2 cowboys. Yeehaw!
Haxton on 3 million. Has had a good start to day 5 as well. He's been showing us why he is one of the best. By the way, if you just want some casual fun on the side, the Play PokerGo free roll starts off again in 20 minutes. I got 29th in the most recent one.
Oh, you're doing better.
Out of 800.
Good job, man.
I think I'm ready for the main event next year.
Okay,
I'm
let's
ready.
go. I think
ready.
you are too. Hey, if Tim Duckworth can cash, I mean, Donnie Peters puts a little more energy into
Right.
understanding the game. But if your comrades can cash, I think your future looks bright. And look at this. We got 2 guys that are very familiar with each other's poker games here. Ike Haxton and Steven Chidwick. And Steven Chidwick is going to wager all of his chips with 2 5s, knowing Ike Haxton is going to be raising a bunch of suited aces, raising a bunch of overcard type hands like King, Queen, Queen, Jack. And he's going to run into kings. And Kotler here in this small blind too. He has a big decision. Ace Jack suited, a raise and a re-raise only on 11 big blinds. This could be a 3-way confrontation. Kotler shoots a glance over at Ike. I think this is probably one of the worst hands that Kotler could move all in here with. Do you know if that's Jeremy Kotler?
It is Jeremy Kotler.
Okay, Jeremy Kotler,
He was the one who went haywire and had the sickest triple barrel bluff versus Chen, in which he gave away 2.5 million of his chips. So he was on over 2.5 million just before the break.
Okay, and look, he's going too. And this is a dream scenario for Ike Haxton with 2 kings. He's going to call very quickly. He double checks. He calls. And
wow,
not an awful spot for Kotler if you really look at the equity series. 27% to win to triple up. But if Ike Haxton holds, he eliminates one of the strongest players in the field. And no lie, Kotler's no slouch either. He's got 2.5 million in tournament earnings. So
Haxton here with a chance to send what I assume is a good friend of his, Steven Chidwick, to the rail. Chidwick has been waiting for a spot and now all in with pocket 5s. Haxton with kings. Kotler looking for some help after that monster 4 million chip pot he lost earlier. And we're going to go see a flop here with 2 players at risk. Flop comes king 3-6, and Kotler picks up hearts.
But Steven Chidwick only 2% equity. He needs a 4 or a 7 or a deuce. That's not a heart. And the heart rips off on the turn.
Wow.
So Steven Chidwick's going to get eliminated. And Ike Haxton now needs a board to pair to win this pot.
All right, let's see the river card. The river is...
It pairs the board!
Wow. So Haxton sending 2 players to the rail, cleaning up shop here on table C. Kotler and Chidwick on their way to the exit, falling short of that small 5K pay jump, but obviously that's not a concern for them. They were looking for a deep run. Isaac Haxton now on 3.7 million. And Tristan, how is anyone going to pry those chips out of Isaac Haxton's hands?
Well, you're not. You're not. He's one of the best no-limit hold'em players on the planet. he's not the guy you want to have all the chips deep in the main event. He's got 130 big blinds nearly. Okay, and so we do have some payout considerations here. Stephen Chidwick had the shortest stack, so he's going to be the buster first. And shout out to Stephen Chidwick, one of the founders of Octopi Poker. That's a great poker platform as well. So kudos to him for all the work he's putting into trying to bring, good poker content and information to the public. But he's going to be eliminated there, and Jeremy Kotler eliminated as well.
Once again, everyone, join us in the free roll, starting in about 15 minutes on playpokergo.com. Let's see if we can get the thing up to 1,000 players.
I mean, look, Ike Haxton, guys.
I'm scared. I'm scared of the idea that a player of his level has 3.7 million chips.
But he's got plenty of competition, Remco. You know what I mean? Even though he's one of the best no-limit hold'em players on the planet, all these players know what's up. That's the beauty of this game is you can study, you can play, and you can still compete. You can still compete. A guy like Ike, he's just human.
Right.
He might have a computer brain, but he's human, Remco.
You know what the wildest part of that hand was? Isaac Haxton busted someone on day 5 of the main event who has more career earnings than him.
That is insane. You would never think that, ever.
Haxton has 55 million in career earnings, and on day 5, he busted a player with more than him. And, just to sort of visualize that math, Haxton is 8th on the all-time money list.
That's an incredible stat you just came up with. Think about that, everybody. Ike Haxton, 55 million in tournament earnings. He's in day 5 of the main event, 9,700 players, 350 remain. And like Remco said, he busted someone who had more earnings than him. There's only 7 people on planet Earth that would classify for that. Wow.
The fact that Haxton is sitting across from the dealer makes it almost look as though these people, by the grace of the king, get to sit with Mr. Haxton in the tournament. He looks to be in charge here.
Yeah, he's the table captain. I mean, although I would argue Chen over there has pretty good posture and table presence too. I've missed his shenanigans so far today, but you've mentioned he's in the mix. So we got two battlers going here. And big flop for Chen, top pair, top kicker, and a board that he's always going to c-bet small against the big blind. Ike Haxton just bust Stephen Chidwick and Jeremy Kotler in one hand. For those asking in chat, what's up, chat? I'm Tristan Wade. Could find me on social media at Tristan Creative. I'm happy, so happy to be here covering the main event. My buddy Remco. There's no tournament like this. And look at this. The min bet, just 5K more than the one blind, is going to get floated by the Jack-8 of diamonds. And that's a fine float. You could turn a 5, you could turn a 7, you could turn a diamond. And now Chen has this hand 100% locked up. And I expect to see just another small bet. Maybe he wants to size it up to try to get the SPR. SPR is stacked to pot ratio. We see Boivin working with 760K. There's 235K in the middle. So maybe you see some 80 to 100K betting here. And he goes 150, I think. And the idea there is to try to just get called by a 6 again. If Boivin has an ace, he's going to build the pot there and then put them all on the river. So well played from Mr. Chen. Appreciate you guys in the chat. Remco and I we read you guys all the nice comments. We don't read the mean comments.
The best thing about you joining me, Tristan, is that I can now focus on several different things while you can focus on the action.
Man, I love it. You know how much I love poker.
I know. It's perfect. It's perfect. For those, a little bit of background here, Tristan and I have known each other for over 15 years. I was always a reporter on the tour. He was always grinding it out. And we just really hit it off. And then I was there when he won his bracelet in 2011. in World Series Poker Europe in Cannes, which was, of course, an epic moment, fun night out.
We all partied together.
Still missing some memories from that night out, and we've stayed close ever since. But we sort of lost touch there for a while, and then we ran into each other at the PokerGo studio, and I was like, whoa, Tristan, what the hell, man? And then, boom, we had a few commentary gigs open up, and here we are.
Full circle.
Life just moves in weird ways sometimes.
Yeah, and no, thank you so much. Like, I can't thank you enough. It's so awesome to be here, be a part of PokerGo, and just, oh my God, I'm commentating the main event, day 5. Are you kidding me? This is a dream come true. I mean, the only other better dream would be still playing, but I'm so happy to be here. Okay, so we see Boivin call the small blind, and you're just going to see this. I mean, his stack is getting shallower. He's around 25 big, so we will start seeing some mixture of raising and stuff, but he's just going to limp, and Hesse's going to check the big blind. And we got two pretty decent holdings going to the flop. Boivin might start betting because he's going to have more ace-x in his range. And we do see that. Just a 1 big blind bet. There's 3 big blinds in the middle. And Hesse has nothing to do here but just call. He's going to have the best hand a lot. He has added equity with his Broadway straight draw. He gets to play this whole hand in position. And Boivin still has, good hands in his range. You could have limped with some strong holdings. And Boivin picks up an awesome turn card for him. Now, he does have king high, so he doesn't always have to just barrel this away. But the idea behind him betting again, if he does choose to bet again, is he gets a 4 to maybe consider folding, but he goes with a check. And the idea behind checking is if my opponent has like Jack 10 or just a float, then maybe my king high is good. And I think Hesse missed an opportunity to bet there. I think you just bet your value. You can get called by some worse hands. And now when you check and the flush arrives, you have a bluff catcher. And look at this, Boivin with a really savvy check back on the river.
And a snap bet here from Hesse on the river comes with just 60K, going small. Or do we go for like the small check raise too?
I don't know, man. Hesse's not representing a strong value range, right? When he checks back the turn, we can rule out queen 4, we can rule out queen 2, we can rule out probably ace deuce and ace 4. So at best, Hesse's betting a queen here or a river 9 or a bluff. So I think Boivin's going to keep this within the size of the pot and maybe go like 180 to 200. I don't think we're going to see something like ridiculous like a 2x pot. But I think I would have just loved to see Hesse bet the turn when check 2, and then you could kind of analyze the river how you want to play it.
And here comes the check raise.
Oh, and this is a lot of chips.
Wow, 400K.
So I take it back. That was his idea.
So is the thought process here, let's hope that Hesse backs into a flush himself?
That would be the best case scenario. Yes, that would be the best case scenario. And that is actually some of the hands that Hesse could have. Hesse could have floated with some spades, but I think you're really targeting maybe like a queen 9, maybe like a 9-4 or a 9 deuce, some other hands that back into 2 pair. But yeah, obviously you're going to get paid by a flush here probably. Thank you, Eric Smith. I'm not French, but, I'll do my best to butcher his name multiple times on this broadcast tonight.
So I'm being told right now by Russell, and there's not many people in the poker universe I trust more than our moderator, Russell. He says Nick and Ali are doing commentary right now.
Oh, wow.
So they are already on the broadcast, on the main broadcast. So there you have it. Get in there.
And look, if you're Hesse here, this is a puke spot. This is why I kind of like betting the turn a little bit more. But you have a bluff catcher. But I think when the turn goes check, your value range is just reduced to so fewer holdings that you don't really have to be too sticky here with Queen Jack. But look, Boivin's one of the best poker players in the planet too. I'm probably throwing that out a little too liberally, but these guys put in a lot of work. And I think, with the jack in your hand, it's a little tough. You don't block any flushes. Maybe you block some of the bluffs. And you got to think about the price here. You have to call 365,000 to win 950,000. So you really got to dial in here and be right. You don't want to be wrong here. But Hesse is pretty uncomfortable. He does call, and this is going to get paid off. The nuts get paid. Wow, what a well-played hand for Boivin. The sizing, the major big 2.5x river size works out.
That's...
Tony says it's a flush or nothing. Yeah, it is a flush or nothing, more or less there.
Boivin gets a bit more dangerous with 1.2 million now. Imagine being in the main. 345 players left. You get moved to the table, to the open seats, and you see Boivin and Haxton across the table, and then Chen with 4 million. This is like one of the worst tables in the room, probably.
Probably, but look, this is why you play the main event. You play the main event to battle the world's best players and try to win $10 million, right? So, yeah, I hear you, Remco, but you know, the kiddie game's down the street, as my buddy Mike Matiso would say. The kiddie game is down the street. This is the biggest poker tournament on the planet. This is exactly where you want to be. So if you got to play the world's best to win the championship, by all means, go on.
So we have new players joining. Ishibashi in the 1 seat. Japan is represented extremely well in the main event. He has 3.3 million. And Jim, that's a name up your alley. Jim joining us.
There we go. Thank you. That's my father's name, actually, so I'm very familiar with that name. Jim.
What a good I love it when people have a first name for a last name.
Yeah.
Wade,
like me. Are you sure it's not Jim?
Wouldn't that be funny? I want to see where this guy's from.
Remco, don't mess with me, man.
His first name is Slim.
Slim Jim. Oh, of course.
Actually, it's Rodrigo.
Jim. That's him. That's a him.
Him? You're Spanish.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But yeah, it could be him.
So
honestly,
we have 2 new players joining us on table C. He is from Mexico. There we go.
Yeah. Rodrigo Jim. I think the J is an H in
him.
Yeah, the J is an H in most Spanish languages.
Amazing. This is phenomenal. I love the international crowd, by the way. We have people from all over the world at this table. And Haxton, by the way, is just continuing to try and have full control of the table.
Look, if anyone's going to play like a computer, it's going to be Ike Haxton. You know, he's up against a cutoff range. The cutoff range is going to be, let's say, 30% of hands. He's going to just 3-bet some of his weaker holding hands. And look, he's attacking the right player here. Padron just have to fold one of his bottom of range holdings. And that 10-7 offsuit is actually one of the holdings that you could be aggressive with against those late position raises because it doesn't flop that well. So you do want to have some board coverage with that kind of stuff. So, I mean, man, it's not the guy you want with all the chips. He's going to just put you in tough spots whenever he can.
All right, top spot for everyone watching right now. The Play PokerGo free roll starts in just 3 minutes. Go to playpokergo.com, click the tournament tab, and get in the mix right now. Our 1 million gold free roll kicking off shortly. We have over 600 players in the mix. I finished 29th in the most recent one. I want to pat myself on the back. 29th. Let's go. All right, you guys, come join me in the free roll as Bijot finds Ace-King offsuit. Mark says, say him, and you'll be close enough.
True. Latin, I should have said Latin languages. Sorry, Ian. You're right. Spanish is a language. Latin.
We're only here to make the chat feel good about themselves.
Yeah.
Right? We just mess up and they correct us all the time.
We're the fun cast of crew here. We don't try to take it too serious. We just try to make it fun, somewhat of informative and entertaining. But if we screw up, just take it easy on us a little bit, guys, because we're human. We're not perfect.
Ishibashi with 7s here, facing a raise.
So we saw something similar to the 6s of Predaroli earlier, where he folded in middle position against an early position raise. This is about the cutoff here, where if you had 2s, 3s, 4s, you probably just fold. You don't think about it. Once you start getting 5s, 6s, 7s, then it's like, okay, I can call and see a flop in position. But notice he still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players left to act behind him that can all re-raise and kind of force him out here. Now, let's see if Ishibashi wants to put in a 3-bet, because if he 3-bets, he's basically saying, but go, if you're going to run this, we're going to get this all in.
Ishibashi finished second in the 10K mixed game, 8-game championship this year. Excuse me, last year at WSOP. So this man plays all the games. He's got a big stack, 3.4 million, and this looks like a 3-bet to me.
Man, this is a little loose. This is a little loose, and I'm going to say why it's a little loose. Because when Bago goes all in from under the gun, Ishibashi is going to hate this spot, because Bago is never going to have a worse pair to move all in. He's never going to move all in with 5s or 6s under the gun. He's only going to have 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces, and then he's going to have ace, king, and ace, queen. So I don't know if Ishibashi's trying to use this as a semi-bluff, or if he, like I said earlier, is just going to 3-bet and call it off and say, look, you only have 30, you only have 23, 24 bigs, I'm just going to run it. I got all these chips. And usually if you're going to bluff in this spot, you want to have high cards. You want to have like an ace yourself. You want to have like a king-queen offsuit, an ace-10 offsuit, an ace-jack offsuit. You don't really want to have 2 7s. And it isn't all in, and let's see how Ishibashi responds.
So Bichot, for the first time since we started the stream, going for it here, and Ishibashi with the quick fold. 7s ending up in the muck. Good luck. Good luck to the free roll players.
And that's where I'd rather see 7s call instead of 3-bet there, because you could at least call, see a flop in position if you don't get pushed out by other players. But sorry to step on your toes there.
No, man, anytime, anytime.
And the idea behind not 3-betting is you just get to realize your equity and play in position. When you 3-bet, you don't want to turn a hand like that has a lot of value. The value there is flopping a set or just getting a low flop. But okay, it's okay. That's obviously fine. We lost 5.5 bigs, 3-betting a short stack. Hear laughing, you can hear the atmosphere in the background here. Players very jovial and happy to still be in the main event right now.
Quick reminder for those that want to watch the night shift, Nick Schulman, Ali Najad is live right now on PokerGo.com. You can get in the mix there, or you can get a YouTube High Roller membership. Make sure you hit the join button once you land on our members only stream. Select the High Roller tier and get in the mix. High rollers get access to all of our main event streams, so make sure to subscribe if you want to listen to Nick and Ali. This stream is just of Table C. This is called bonus coverage. We're just having some fun with it. We're playing the free roll. I'm going to let you guys know about what's happening around the room as best as I can, but ultimately the full product with Nick and Ali can best be found on PokerGo.com or via our YouTube memberships. All right, Predaroli and Bichot now in a blind battle. Very similar stacks. Every single pot is hotly contested at this table.
Hey, look, if you can't go and be with Nick Schulman and Ali Najad, at least you're here with us. This is the second best thing.
I'm not saying that, you know, you have to leave this stream. Like, I love that you guys are here. We got Tristan for the analysis. I'm here as the company shill to let you know about everywhere you have to go to sign up and, you know, play the free roll and all that good stuff. But hey, you know, we gotta balance things out a little bit, and we're just trying to have some fun here. Last year we did not have this kind of table C coverage. This year we're trying to add to it, make this more enjoyable by having more tables with dedicated coverage.
Well, this is awesome. Everyone should be very pleased with this. And look at this. We see Predaroli limp the small blind with 8-6 offsuit, just hoping to see a flop. BoivIn lets that happen. And now we turn trips. And this is a spot where you probably just don't make a lot of money. Your opponent needs to have something. Your opponent needs to have a deuce. Your opponent needs to have a flush draw, yada, yada. But Predaroli has played this to perfection. He checked the flop, he's checked the turn, and now he's gotten a bottom of range holding, a hand that can never win a 10 high to start betting. And bet did they. 2.5 big blinds bet. We now see this pot brewing. It's up to 5.5 big blinds. And now, yes, with 8-6, we're just going to see a trap here for sure. And this is why, because you're going to have your opponent drawing dead most of the time. And let's see. The 10 gives BoivIn some showdown value, maybe even thinks he has the best hand. So this is a spot where BoivIn might opt to value bet his pair of 10s. He can get value from ace highs. He could get value from a deuce. He probably doesn't think that Predaroli checked the queen twice on the flop and the turn. So let's see if BoivIn finds a bet here. And if he does, he's definitely going to get check raised. Yeah, this is an awful river card for the 10-3 of hearts. You're bluffing the turn. Your opponent's range is kind of face up. They either have like an ace high, king high type hand. And now we're going to go for value. And this might look like a bad bet, but this is a really good bet by 10-3 of hearts because we're playing wide ranges here. And when the ranges are very wide, this hand is likely to be good on the river. Now, it just so happens we see it's not. But I'm just saying Predaroli gets to the river with ace highs. He gets to the river with king highs. He gets to the river with deuce X. So that's really what BoivIn's targeting here. But Predaroli's always going to raise this. We could see an all-in. We probably just see like a 400K raise. And then BoivIn's going to be in a tough spot because he is a bluff catcher.
Now, what kind of logic does Boivin have to apply now that he's faced with an all-in shove by the sounds of it?
So he goes for the max.
Now, what kind of logic do we apply? Like, what kind of hand makes sense for Predaroli to do this with?
Okay, so we kind of saw this with Boivin in the last blind-on-blind battle 10, 15 minutes ago. Your opponent either has a 6, they either have full houses, like pocket 2s, maybe some slow-played pocket queens, or they have some bluffs. But the bluffs are really going to come from some pair blockage kind of stuff. I would say maybe ace-deuce would be a bluff. I don't really think you're going to see a queen jam the river unless it's queen 10. That's probably the bottom of the range I see for value. It's going to be a 6 or queen 10. And then the bluffs are maybe some of your pair blocker stuff, like your deuce X. You don't want to just, if you just had like 3-5 of diamonds, you don't want to just, go and, blast away here with just the missed flush draw and straight draw. So really, you want to have some kind of blocker here. But a 10 would never bluff here, a queen would never bluff here. So I just don't think we find a whole lot of bluffs here. And yeah, could this be a little greedy? It could be a little bit greedy, but we saw Boivin go massive. When you have big bets, your range is polarized. You're basically saying, I have a 6 or better here. But in this spot, again, like I said, queen 10 I think would raise the river as well. And a 6, of course. And Bago's just working it out. Like, you know,
I'm trying to figure out, like, why he's thinking so long, because I almost see no scenario in which he risks his own tournament life calling this bet. Even if you lean towards your opponent having some bluffs, this seems like such a high-risk, low-reward scenario.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, your opponent called 75% pot on the turn. They're not just going to have nothing. They're probably going to be weighted to way more strength than weakness. But these polarizing spots put people in a pickle because they just don't know. It's like it's a bluff or nothing. Or sorry, it's value or a bluff. You know, it's like a 6 or nothing. It's queen 10 or nothing. So they're very polarizing. But with that said, you have to find enough bluffs to make these calls worthwhile. Is an opponent really turning like an ace-3 of diamonds into a bluff? No, that would be a bluff catcher. So, you know, we're almost at the point in this hand where we need to call the clock. I'm going to be honest. But this is the main event. There's 339 players left. These are huge spots. So, and maybe there's some history here too.
Yeah, but the way that Bijot is thinking makes me sort of think that he's trying to find reasons to call.
Of course. Yeah, he is. He is. I mean, that's what he has, a bluff catcher, right, Remco? So
right.
It's just when you find yourself in these scenarios where you got to the river and you made a pretty strong hand, it's annoying because you just, if you get called on the river, you just win. You know your 10's good and you're like, yes, great, I just picked up a big pot. When you get raised and shoved on, that's like the least thing you expected. But in a strategy game, and your opponent's going to play a good strategy, they're just going to have a 6 here, like most of the time when they jam. So, I mean, yeah, this is just, he's mulling it over. This would be a lot tougher if he had a hand like 10 deuce or something, I think. But he does make the right fold. And remember, Remco, we are the creator of our own stories.
Well said, man. Well said. Very philosophical.
I wonder where I got that from.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just you're just like that. You know, just have a creative mind.
Thank you.
People in the chat, do you have any friends or family still playing in the tournament? Let us know. We are down to 339 players in the tournament, meaning that everyone now guaranteed $45,000 on the payout. Next pay jump will be for the final 287. We go up to 52,500. So the jump will then go from a 5K jump to a 7.5K jump, and I think that we'll soon be doing 10K jumps. But at the end of the day, Tristan, if you're on day 5 and you have a stack, you try not to look at the payouts, because whether you make 40K or 70K, start of the day, end of the day, doesn't really make that much of a difference.
It doesn't. It shouldn't. It shouldn't.
Right.
Right? You know, it shouldn't. This should just be, how can I best play my hands to win chips? How can I best set myself up to be in position to win the $10 million up top? And sometimes at a table like this, it might just be to play a little bit tighter than normal. You got Boivin here. You got Ike Haxton with the chip lead. You got Chen with 4 million. Maybe I need to play tighter. Maybe instead of playing 15% of hands in early position, I'm going to play 12% or 10%. But, you know, it all depends on what your table calls for. I expect at this table to kind of just play what the deck allows. Don't try to do anything special. And then also be aware of who you're playing against. Ike Haxton is going to put you in tough spots. Boivin's going to put you in tough spots. And yeah, that's how I'm maneuvering. But you can't win this tournament today. You can't win this tournament tomorrow. You can't win this tournament the next day. You got to just stay in and survive. So there's a very fine line between survival and accumulation. William says 30K is a third down payment on a Ford Lightning. Really? Seems pricey. Only a third down payment?
I asked Donnie Peters for an update. I think he's waiting for a good moment to send me the text. Donnie's still in the tournament, though.
Okay,
I know that for sure. He's still in the tournament.
That's all that matters. He's still in. He's living the dream.
Crazy Kev in the chat says, a local sports talk radio host, John Auville, played in this one but went bust, cashing 17,500, losing ace-king to aces. It's unfortunate, but it's still a nice cash. Jamie says, how can I win 10 million? You know, just sign up for the main event and last until there's no one else remaining. It's very simple.
Yeah, very, very easy.
Simple situation. Zero Cool with the £5 donation, saying go grab yourself a coffee. Coffee. Any big stacks from the UK? That's a great question. Is the UK well represented? Let me see. We saw Martin Zadenya on earlier coverage. Let me see. I'm not sure.
Okay, so Ike Haxton here on the hijack. Definitely going to raise a lot of offsuit aces when the chip leader's going to be out of position against him in the small blind. So this is kind of Ike's bottom raising range. It's going to be offsuit aces. It's going to be offsuit broadways. It's going to be some suited king X, some suited queen X. It's going to be maybe some suited connectors. And he's going to called by a worst holding. The king deuce of spades is likely to call and defend the big blind.
It's so funny. I'm putting myself in the shoes of these players. Just the thought of like defending the big blind versus Isaac Haxton just makes me feel scared.
Yeah, but you know, it's a mental game. So you just got to say, hey, it's another player. What's his range? He's raising the hijack. I'm going to defend the big blind. You know, how am I going to play flops? Now, you want to hit the flop. That always helps. When you have king deuce of spades and it comes ace 10 6 all red, and you're, like you said, out of position against Ike Haxton, you're just going to check fold this board, Remco.
Yep.
There's no messing around on these board textures. Ike's just going to come with a small bet likely. Top pair, backdoor draws. He's got the 7 of diamonds, so he's got 6, 7, 10 working. He could turn an 8, he could turn a 9, he could turn a diamond, but he doesn't need any of that. He's got top pair. So he just bets 1.5 bigs, and this should do the trick. But yeah, you don't have to be scared of these guys. They're still playing the same game you are. Sure, maybe they're going to put you in some tough spots or what have you, but you don't want to think like that. You just want to think in range. You want to think in pot odds. You want to think in bet sizing. You just need to go through the fundamentals of this game no matter who you play. And that's why I say everyone who's got a seat and a chip and chair in this tournament has a chance to do well, because the structure of this game is the same for everybody.
Well said, Tristan. Well said. I saw a comment in the chat about Sam Trickett. I do not think that Sam entered this tournament. Have not seen him all summer. I think Sam is focused on some business ventures. Will Kassouf, the most notable player from the UK, still in the tournament, sitting on right around 2.5 million chips. Tom Middleton, former EPT champion. Scott Margerson, also a known pro, and Fraser McIntyre. Those are the names from the UK that I recognize that are still in the hunt. As we see Haxton making it 70K with King 10, and Predaroli with pocket jacks to his direct left is next to act.
You usually want to be 3-betting here, especially someone like Ike who's going to just start pouncing and raising a wider than average range. I mean, this is still fine for Ike. He's under the gun 6. He's the low jack, so he can totally have King 10 offsuit and some other offsuit broadways. But because all those hands exist, I would like to see a 3-bet here with jacks. You could also call with 40 plus bigs. Both options are fine, but I think I lean towards 3-betting just given the scenario here. Flicksander says, does the small blind and big blind increase each day? It actually increases every 2 hours. So the blinds go up in this tournament. This is one of the special tournaments. Every 2 hours, blind goes up in the main event.
Predaroli comes with 220, getting rid of the players behind him at a fast clip.
And this is why you want a 3-bet. If you call, maybe the big blind comes, maybe the small blind comes, maybe the chip leader Chen 3-bets the button, which is okay. You have kind of a hand that would then move all in if that happens. But here you just want to basically win the money in the middle and hope that Ike folds. And if he calls you, then obviously you have a top 5 hand to play in position. So nice pickup there from Predaroli.
This stream here with commentary from Tristan and myself is going to go until the dinner break. When dinner break ends, you better tune in to PokerGo.com or via your YouTube membership. That'll allow you to watch the Nick and Ali show tonight. There's 4 more hours of poker tonight, so we're at 3:30 right now. We might get down to like 120 players by then, maybe even lower. Tomorrow, it's already day 6 tomorrow, which is crazy.
Yeah, I know.
The amount of poker these people have already played to get to this point is pretty insane. As I just received an update that our chip leader, Michael Hawker, is spotted with 6.1 million.
Tony Gregg.
That's wild.
He is an unreal talent. He's in the Greg Merson, Maryland kind of crew. He's one of the, I mean, that guy is so good at poker too. I mean, wow, we got a bunch of killers row in this tournament. And yeah, someone in the chat saying, hey, is this an average stack size at this table? No, this table has a lot of chips. We got over we got 4 players here that have over 100 big blinds. That's pretty insane. We would see a lot more short stacks usually. So this table's actually, you guys should be pretty lucky to be watching this on YouTube right now because we're seeing a lot of poker being played. We're at other tables when they're shorter, you maybe just see some all-ins and some raise folds and stuff. Here we're seeing a lot of post-flop poker being played.
Nobody at this table in a rush to act. Gives us plenty of time to touch on a variety of different topics. As we see Chen finally utilizing the big stack for some aggression.
Yeah.
Looks like 165 maybe, or 190.
This is a little out of line. We saw Ike Haxton do this, 3-bet with 10-7 offsuit, but he was in the big blind against the cutoff. Here, we see the hijack versus the cutoff. So 10-7 offsuit is pretty out of line. Like I said, you really want to have an ace in your hand. You want to have a king in your hand. But this is just Chen flexing with a big stack. He's attacking a short stack. That's all this is. It's just the mechanics of stack size. So Chen's just saying, who cares what hand I got? I'm just attacking someone who's going to have to move all in or fold against me.
And that's the thing, too. In this tournament, aggression and stack size are so important. And like, look here, Chen with an out-of-line 3-bet, but first of all, he has the chips. Second of all, he has position on the initial raiser, and it sends such a strong message, especially from someone like Chen, who is not a blaster at all. He's not been out of line. You know, he doubled up with the full house that was also shown on the table. So Chen is basically just being patient, and he thinks, oh, Bijou is getting short on chips. I can raise fold this, trying to just get away with one, even though it's not theory correct.
Yeah. Absolutely. You nailed it. And that's just timeliness. You pick and choose. You take your spots. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. There we saw he was up against a bottom of range raise, the ace-8 offsuit, and he wins that one.
Once again, please note the PokerGo.com promo we have, $20 discount on the annual sub. Get in the mix right now.
Prederoli here, ace-jack offsuit, definitely going to come into the pot with a raise.
Got a Donnie Peters update, 770,000. So we're just hanging in there. We got just over 20 bigs. No stress.
Well, more. We got a little bit more. We got 24 bigs. So those 4 bigs are important.
That is true.
Let's see. Is Chen going to go back to back? Nope. He just got one through. That would be again out of line. You got all these other hands behind you. Folds around to the small blind, and the small blind Padron picks up a big hand. He's working on about 35 big blinds. And this is an under the gun 7 open. And we're here with ace queen and the small blind. I mean, this is a tough one. I think everything's present here. I think raising, I think even all in could be a thing here. And calling could be okay, but I think calling's probably the worst option. So I prefer like 3-betting or all in. But even all in could be a little too much. So we do see just a 3-bet. And now Prederoli, action back on him. This is going to be a little difficult to navigate. Now the one good thing for Prederoli is he's in position. But now you got to ask yourself, how likely is my opponent bluffing? And if they don't bluff that much, what is their value range? Where does their value range start? Does it start with 2 9s? Does it start with 2 10s? Would they ever call with those hands? And then you can kind of try to navigate, well, should I call 120,000 here and play in position? Predaroli just lets it go with the worst of it, so very disciplined fold there. Would D. Peters quit? Would Donnie Peters quit if he wins? Nah, he wouldn't quit. I don't think so.
No, this man loves it way too much.
Yeah, he loves it too much, but he would love to play some more poker. I know that. So why is the camera angle like this? Because this is secondary production brought to you by PokerGo. So we just got the overview shot. We got so many people working this event that we only have a couple left to help us with this. So they're doing a great job. We love it. It's the Roamer camera.
Exactly. So yes, this is our bonus coverage as it shows in the title and in the thumbnail. We are showing just table C until dinner, and then after dinner you're on your own, so to say, to tune in to our main feed. You can access that through PokerGo.com all night long. 4 more hours of play after dinner, and of course we have a YouTube High Roller membership tier, which also gets you in the door. And I'm repeating this a lot because we have a constant influx of new people tuned into our YouTube chat. Very much appreciate it.
And the difference is Remco and I are mic'd up, but our players aren't mic'd up. So we just have the boom speaker overhead or whatever it's called.
They're not even saying anything.
Yeah, they're not, right?
No, but also for context, our main feed has 3 feature tables being used, right? 3 feature tables that we're rotating between. Right now, we are just watching 1 table.
You're welcome, Jow Mister. So thanks for the bonus coverage. And this is awesome that PokerGo's doing this. As we see Ishibashi. Man, I'm the worst. Raises here on the cutoff.
That one is
off.
At least it is what it looks like.
Yeah. Ishibashi. It's like wishy-washy, but Ishibashi. I need those mnemonic devices to help my tongue speak appropriately. We got the Doyle Brunson, the 10 deuce, RIP to the legend. That hits the muck. And Hesse here in the big blind. This is a monster hand, and I hate this call. Actually, let me not say I hate this call, but I kind of hate this call because we're 100 big blinds deep. The cutoff's going to be raising a wide range, and you want to start driving your equity. Now, ace-queen offsuit's fine to play out of position for 100 big blinds deep from the cutoff, but when the cutoff's raising 30% of hands and you have a top 10 hand like ace-queen offsuit, I would have liked to see a 3-bet there on average, and then maybe have like some ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited a little more because those are easier to play out of position. But whatever, we're here now. We've got an overcards. We've been out-flopped, but we have the queen of spades. We don't go anywhere now. We just call, and we kind of hold on a little bit. And for Hesse's sake, he needs a queen. And now he's picked up more equity even. And let's see if Ishibashi is going to keep betting. And he's going to check. Okay. River is a jack, and Ishibashi's going to win this pot here. And I think ace-queen should just check. I don't think you need to turn this hand into a bluff. I think you can just check, call, and bluff catch if that's the idea. But I don't think there's really any point in betting here at this point. So we do see a check. And now Ishibashi can totally go for value. He could target a 4. He could target an ace-high type hand. You would expect your opponent would bet a jack or even a 10 on the river for like a block bet. So I think Ishibashi can go for value here. And notice there's about 8 big blinds in the middle. And he just checks back. He's going to win this. And look, a little credit to Hesse. You know, he's just trying to play small ball poker, more or less it seems like. We've seen him flat call ace-queen suited in position against Boivin. We saw him call there with ace-queen offsuit. I would have just liked to see him make it like 300K pre-flop, just like 10 bigs, and put ace-9 offsuit in a tough spot. Probably just has to fold pre-flop, but that's okay. Again, you know, this is the joy and the beauty of the main event. People are really going to try to bob and weave and play lower variance. They don't want to play massive pots out of position against other big stacks. So that's kind of what we see.
I mean, just navigating this field in general is such an incredible ordeal. The amount of times you're going to get cooler, the amount of spots you're going to get presented with where you get sucked in on a draw and it's going to end up costing you a large chunk of your chips. It's just a minefield. It's never ending.
Yeah, but that's just the nature of poker too. Yep. Like when you play this game, whether it's cash or tournaments, you have to pick your spots. You know, it's hard to make the nuts. It's like, sure, if I have the royal flush, of course I'm going to go for value, right? That's the best possible hand. But if you don't build the pot up while you make the royal, then you don't get all the money. So there's a very fine line between aggression and passivity, and that's what we're seeing on display here today. So I'm Tristan Wade. I got Remco Renkema with me. For those in the chat asking, happy to be here. Predaroli raising under the gun with Queen 10 suited.
What I like the most about this coverage that we can do here is how we're getting to sort of build up some reads, see some of the tendencies, and with how deep the stacks are, it has a bit of that cash game element to it still, even on day 5, whereas normally when you cover one table, it's either the final table, so you change dynamics in a different way, or the stacks aren't deep anyway, and there's a lot of turnover as far as players go.
Yeah, well said. Boivin going to come along here on the button with King Queen suited. These are the hands that like to play in position and multi-way, suited variation of good cards. And he has Queen 10 of diamonds dominated currently.
Gut shot here for Predaroli. Button here for Boivin. Now, Boivin obviously always going to continue here if Predaroli bets. He's got backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draw, overcards.
More or less, yes. If we see Predaroli go with a big bet, then maybe that could shed a king-queen with the backdoor. But Predaroli being out of position, he comes with a check. Boivin has one of those hands that could check or bet. He's basically next in his range of middling behind his ace highs. And notice this, he checks back and he gets a great turn card, the Jack of clubs. And Predaroli might just say, look, I'm out of position. We both have a similar stack. I'm towards the bottom of my raising range. You know, my Queen 10 suited is kind of poor. I kind of would have liked to see that hand maybe start betting the flop. You have a gut shot, you have an overcard, you have 3 to your diamonds. So I think when you check the flop and your opponent checks back, they could have an 8, they could have like pocket 6s, pocket 7s, they could have like an ace 5. So they have some kind of value, right? When I was talking about Boivin's checking range, his king queen suited is going to be the next in line behind his ace highs. So when you start betting the turn here with Queen 10 of diamonds, we see a big bet coming. I think 150, 125, 150. All right, well, he's going to get called here. And then he's going to need to have some ideas for the river.
So a lot of the times, poker needs a game plan, right? When you're in a spot like this where you bet turn, should you always be thinking before putting those chips in the middle, what is my plan if he raises? What's my plan if he calls, because of those decisions being so important?
You should, but sometimes you just act on like, okay, he's probably not checking back a jack here on the flop, so I'm going to bet. So sometimes you act and just do stuff, and then you register more info when you get it.
Right.
Now, the one thing that Predaroli needs to consider here is he doesn't block clubs, right? So when he starts betting with diamonds, it's like, okay, I might get called here by ace 5 of clubs. I might get called here by ace 7 of clubs. I might get called here by ace 10 of clubs. I'm going to get called on the turn by an 8, by a 5, by pocket 6s, pocket 7s. Now, what part of that range can I get to fold? And that's what he's thinking now. So if he comes with another bet now, he's basically going to shed probably king-queen, I imagine, because Boivin has other hands to call here with. Boivin has an 8, Boivin has pocket 6s, Boivin has pocket 7s. So this is a masterfully played hand by Predaroli in the end, as he went for a delayed c-bet on the turn, and he followed it through with a river bluff. So, yeah, good point.
Alessandro Predaroli from Italy. Got a degree in human resources, playing poker since 2013. Came close to a bracelet back in 2023 when he finished 4th in the Colossus in Europe. So no stranger to big field play, and that's a very nicely timed bluff.
Yeah, and sorry in the chat says, this is a premium bluff. We block half the Jack-10 suited and Queen-Jack suited combos. That is also a good thing to note there. But I don't think Boivin's going to have a whole lot of Jack-X when he checks back the flop. So we're really targeting the middle of range stuff that he has.
For those looking to make dinner plans, we're going on dinner at 6:45 p.m. local Las Vegas time, so about 40 minutes left on the broadcast. We've been live since 1 p.m., so 5 hours into the stream. Thank you all for watching. Like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. 26,000 watching, almost 4,000 likes. Very much appreciate the love, and if you want to continue watching, I've said this 1,000 times, you know how to. Nick and Ali are live right now as well, and they will be live again after the dinner break.
Sick. So Ishibashi going to raise with a pair here from the low jack position. Boivin with the ace-6 suited going to come in with a 3-bet, I think. And Hesse with the ace-7 suited. This is a spot where if you had hands to choose from to 4-bet bluff, they would come from your suited aces. So if Hesse wants to pounce here, this would be a really cool spot to make it kind of a click back. 350, 400 here. You could put in like 12 or 13 or 14 big blinds, because we see 2 big blinds to 6 big blinds basically. And this would target Boivin's bluffing range, where he would maybe just fold. And then if he has a good hand, he would shove, and then you could get out the way. But let's see what Hesse chooses to do. He still has 2 players left to act behind him and the opener. And he's grabbing chips, Remco. I think that idea might be here. Unless he's planning on flat calling, which I don't like.
Now,
love it.
This fascinates me. Hesse, a few hands ago, flatted ace-queen in the big blinds. Now, on the button, we got ace-7 suited, and we're putting 385 in the middle.
Love it. Look, this is just timing. This is timing, like you said. This is finding the right hand to do it with, and look, that's a beautifully played hand there by Mr. Hesse.
3.4 million. This man is having a day.
And you know, maybe he just recognizes the table dynamics. Ishibashi just got here a couple orbits ago. Boivin's really aggressive. He's going to be screwing around here a bit. I picked up a really good hand on the button to do this with. Love it. Love it, love it. We are seeing some very high-level technical poker being played here. And I think if Boivin had a hand like maybe ace-5 suited or ace-4 suited, we could have seen a 5-bet all-in. But when he has ace-6 suited, it was just kind of one of his bluffing hands. And then, of course, if Boivin had a better hand, you know, his value range, like jacks plus, he would have opted to just move all in with those kind of hands. Okay, Ishibashi picking up a good hand, ace-queen suited. Thank you, Jimboski. Appreciate the comments.
Wait, did someone say something nice?
Someone said something nice. Great commentating, guys. Top shelf with a couple hearts.
Love it. Toasted says 40 minutes left till dinner. That is correct. After dinner, which takes about 75 minutes, I believe, it'll be PokerGO only or for YouTube High Roller members. So get yourself situated. Ishibashi, ace queen suited, raising it up. Bijou, who's been one of our slowest players in the big blind now, deciding on his next move.
Slowest players, but shortest stack. So,
True,
you know,
yes.
maybe there's a little more pressure on him to make the right decision where these guys can splash around here. And he's kind of got a bottom of range hand. Like, he could defend his big blind. It's only one big blind, and it looks like he's going to do so. I think if this was like 10-6 offsuit, I'd fold. And I even think there's some consideration to just fold 10-7 offsuit, given the position that Ishibashi's raising in. But go ahead. We flop top pair, and this is a welcome sight when you're short stacked. We are live. I'm Tristan Wade with Remco Renkema coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, covering the WSOP main event live. We're on a little delay, but we're watching it live with everybody.
We're as live as it gets.
We're as live as it gets, yes, for gaming regulation purposes.
Exactly. Seeing questions about Brad Owen, we sadly lost him on stream about an hour ago. Not this stream, but on the main feed. So Brad Owen no longer with us in the tournament. There are 2 more levels to be played after this hour. So 2 more levels after dinner, which will be our night shift. Also, what else did I see here? Something I wanted to reference. Oh yeah, they play 5 levels a day, so that's 10 hours of play plus breaks. So it's about a 12-hour day for these players every single day. On day 8, we'll play down to the final table no matter what, because the 9th day is a day off for players and staff, and then the final table takes place over the course of 2 days, playing down from 9 to 5 or 4, depending on how fast it goes, and then playing the remainder of the tournament on the final day. Franco says, to hear you guys saying what the players should do when you're seeing all the cards, hard to be objective. Franco, if you've paid attention to the way we phrase things, we're trying to emphasize their perspective. We're trying to emphasize ranges, how you approach a certain situation. So if you keep a close eye on the way Tristan analyzes things, you'll notice that, yes, we can see the cards, but it also helps us analyze things from both perspectives. And yes, it's much easier sitting here than being at the table, but we're here to provide you with context and some strategy guidance.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, it is much easier to know what people should do when you can see all the hands, but if the production team only showed us one hand, I would explain kind of what Remco just said. I would talk from that perspective. So that's really interesting. And
I should get a post-it note to go Annette Oberstadt on this thing and just only show you one hand.
That would be cool. Honestly, I think players would learn a lot from that. We'll have to do something like that in the future. I think that last hand we just saw was really interesting. We saw Bago flop top pair, and in a spot where you're fine to put more money in, but you might have, better things that have better equity, like 7-5 or 7-4, whatever. Like, I think it was 7-6-3 flop. We saw him come with a small check raise. So that was kind of interesting. I thought that was really savvy from him. And ace-queen with no backdoors just fold. So I think that was pretty well played from both players. I would love to see mystery hands. Please do that. Yeah, well, we'll see. If we could do that, Remco, I'm down.
Yeah.
Because, then I could, when I'm actually right about something, people might be like, oh, shoot, this guy knows something, actually.
The problem is, as you see the cards pop on and off the screen, I can't just put one post-it. I would have to have you face backwards. I put some tape on the TV, and then we take it from there.
All right. Yeah, you're right. Like, I have to cover the cards. And so I would say here, if I'm Predaroli, you can, with ace-3 suited, you could call here, you could 3-bet. You could fold this too if you wanted to play a little tighter strategy. But either way works here. The ideas for 3-betting is you shed the blinds, so you get Bago and Chen out of there. The idea for calling is, hey, I just want to take my equity and see a flop. And we do see a 3-bet come from the suited ace-3. And Bago with ace-king Everyone knows what to do here. There's no other thing to do. There's one play.
It's time to go.
It's time to go. And you say those 3 or 2 magic words. I'm all in. Or all in.
Or as the French say, tapis.
That's one word?
One word.
All in?
All in. Tapis.
Tapis.
Yeah.
Now, you can't speak native languages at the World Series of Poker. Only English is allowed. So sorry, Remco, that would not be.
I know. I wonder if that would be binding.
I don't think so.
But yeah, so Bigot is next to act in the small blind. He's got 700K. Great spot for him to move it in here, and there he goes. Shoves all in.
And now I think everyone just folds. Padron, facing a 3-bet and a 4-bet all-in, 8 shrivel up. He is going to ask for a count. I mean, 8 shrivel up here. But Go doesn't really bluff in these spots. He's just going to have like 10s plus and ace-queen or ace-king. So if I'm Padron, I don't like this spot. Now, if Padron raised and Predaroli just called and then Bigot shoved the 23 bigs from the small blind, then I think you maybe call with 8s on occasion. But given this action, you let the button do the bidding here because you have to go up against the small blind's range and then the button's range. So I think 8s is kind of posturing here as we see him grab his cards. And of course, Predaroli has one of the 3-bet bluffs, so he's going to let that one go quickly.
All right, nice pickup here for the Frenchman. All of a sudden, no showdown, back up to $1 million.
You love it. Those are big pickups. You just pick up 8 big blinds, 9 big blinds with no action. No risk, I should say. No risk. Nobody calls, so you're not all in at risk.
For those asking earlier about the women in the event, there's 9 women remaining right now.
Let's go.
9 women remaining. I'm rooting for all of them.
Someone asked in the chat, is Lonnie Huey still in? I think she got eliminated yesterday, unfortunately. But 9 other women still remain. Ishibashi here with a hand in his raising range under the gun. Yes, we like to play suited aces, of course. So it comes in for an open 2 big blinds. And notice, every 2 big blind open is 1 starting stack. All players that played this event started with 60,000 chips. So 2 big blinds is 1 body, 1 entry, 1 elimination. And Boivin, 2 kings, oh baby. He could either call here, since there's so many players left to act, or he could, of course, 3-bet. And he does come with the 3-bet. Second time he's 3-bet Ishibashi in the last orbit or so. Chen in the small blind ace-5 offsuit. Now you're up against the early position and another early position, so I'd like to see nobody should get out of line here. You don't really want to get out of line when these positions are battling. Like everyone behind is basically playing like jacks plus. And now Ishibashi, kind of a tough spot. He could call. I don't think we really play all-ins here. I think we're just kind of calling or folding. Nasha says, oh, this is getting called. This will be a fun one. Yeah, it's tough, right? Because if you do call here, there's 450 in the middle, and Boivin only has 700,000. So I think this is just a good display of avoiding good players. And look, Boivin's not messing around there. Like, he's got 2 kings, right? Like, you expect these guys to be messing around and just playing back at you. But kudos to Ishibashi for just, like, getting out of the way. He's had the worst hand a couple times. Folding the ace-queen on the 7-high flop. Folding the ace-9 suited there. So, you cannot let your ego get enacted at the table. You need to just be egoless at the table. And that's hard for people to do because you might think like, oh, this guy's just messing with me. This guy's re-raising me all the time. So, there's something to be said about just being very even keel and zen-like when you play this game.
Reminder again that we love you all in the chat. It's been so much fun. It's been so much fun interacting with all of you, and I see it now too where some people are just in there voicing their opinion. Some people love to complain. I think that everybody likes their own flavor of commentary. The first 4 hours I was here by myself, and I'm a decent poker player, but I'm much more of a host than I am an analyst. So thank you all for sticking with me. And as a reward, you guys now get Tristan Wade's analysis, which, of course, will be different than the analysis of some other pro players, which is also why this game is so fascinating. Everybody has their own style. Everybody, studies and approaches things in different ways. And, I think it's just the beauty of the game of poker. If you listen to Nick and Ali right now, who are live on PokerGo, they have a completely different style and approach as well. So, to each their own, and enjoy what you enjoy. And you're not always going to get your favorites, but just know that we here, as part of the crew, are always coming at it from a point of view of passion.
Yeah, we care. We care about the game. We love the game. I've put over 20 years into understanding this game. The last 5 years, I've gone so in the trenches to really understand the depths of this game, the game theory behind it, the math, the ranges.
Let me interrupt you right there.
Yeah.
Not even about this hand, because this will go on for a while. What I want to point out here to those listening, you guys are listening to one-time bracelet winner Tristan Wade right now. Next year, we're probably not going to be able to get him, because this man is putting in so much work that that massive score is coming soon, and then he'll be way too busy fighting in the high rollers. I know it's coming.
Maybe. We'll see.
Overdue.
Maybe. We'll see. Owed millions. That's one of my famous phrases I coined that years ago.
They're just borrowing from you.
Yep. No, but this journey in this industry is so awesome. I've been in this industry as a player and doing other things, working with poker companies, starting poker companies. I love it. But as a player, it's just so much fun, and you don't always get to reap what you sow. There's variance, there's luck, there's mistakes, there's opportunities. So I just try to take advantage of all the opportunities given to me, and I'm just happy to be here. And I love the game so much. It's such a fun game. And hopefully I get to keep playing a lot. Hopefully I get to play bigger. Hopefully I get to, battle some of these guys in high rollers and stuff. But, that's a lot of money, Remco. These guys, some of these guys got a lot more money than me, millions of dollars, and those high rollers are expensive against the world's best. So I don't know how much you'll see me in those, but maybe. We'll see.
Action here on the river. Hesse and Ishibashi, 300K in the middle. 300K not in this level isn't even that crazy anymore, just 10 big blinds to fight for, but still fighting for every pot. Ishibashi with the best of it here. It looks like Hesse maybe considering a bluff here.
No, I think action's on Ishibashi, right?
Oh, sorry.
It went check call on the flop, goes check on the turn, and here we are with 2 pair. We can kind of rule out our opponent having a 4, because the only 4s they're going to have in their range are ace-4 and potentially pocket 4s. We can rule out flushes because Hesse probably just bets his flushes on the turn. So that was a good bet by Ichibashi, where he's just going to bet his value hands, which are going to be 2 pairs, flushes, straights, and then maybe he has an assortment of bluffs as well that come from like 1 heart holdings. Tristan from Hugh Nguyen. Tristan, remember when you called with Queen High a few years ago? Me and Jamie Kerstetter were at your table. That was a great, fun table. Yes, I do, Huey. Welcome, my friend. Yeah, I made a sick call, Queen High. I had Queen Jack on a 10-8 3 board. I got check raised on the flop. Turn went check. River was a brick. He bet big. I tanked it for 3 minutes. I didn't know what to do. I called with queen jack high. He had 9-7 high.
Oh.
I let out a yeah. It was deep in a 1500 WSOP event a couple of years back.
I love that.
And yeah, it was a great. And the guy was really good about it. He's like, it's good to see some emotion in poker. I can't remember the last time I ever screamed at a poker table, but you know, and that was kind of the start to when I was really, you know, trying to put more energy and effort into understanding ranges and be a lot better at this game. So yeah, that was fun. Thanks for bringing that memory up.
Quick shout to those that speak Spanish or Portuguese. We have PokerGO Brazil and PokerGO Spain on YouTube as well as their own dedicated channels. I should probably mention it more often. I know we have people from all over the world tuning into our streams, but PokerGO Spain and PokerGO Brazil do a fantastic job as well with their coverage. And we have about 20 minutes left here before they go on dinner break. Donnie Peters still in about 700K, and then Will Kassouf about 2.5 million. I'm told that Kassouf gets moved to the feature table, one of the feature tables, I'm not sure which one, after dinner break. I think we're going to get Mizrachi on table A, so then Kassouf or Merson probably on B or C. But yeah, so far we've had Merson on the secondary table. This is the third table, headlined by Mr. Haxton.
I mean, maybe I'm forgetting, Remco, how regularly we have like just stars line the field running deep in the main event. But this main event to me just seems like the who's who of poker, and there's still 300 plus players left. But Michael Mizrachi, Greg Merson, we got Ike Haxton, like, and these are just big names. I'm sure there's, you know, all kinds of other players too. So pretty awesome.
Quick reminder here, and I saw someone in the chat mention it. The free roll starts in 6 minutes. I know you guys are probably sick and tired of me mentioning it, but the free roll starts in 6 minutes. I'm going to be in there, try and do better than the last one. Love me some gambling. 570 people in the free roll. Let's get this thing up to 1,000 players. We got 5 minutes left. Get in there for some casual poker action.
Okay, so I'm a little surprised to see Predoroli check back the queen 10 of diamonds on this flop. I think when you're in position, even though you're against the small blind and the big blind, I think you just want to start betting your 10x. Right? You need protection. You have value here. You still have pocket 7s, pocket 8s, pocket 10s in your range. You have all the jacks plus in your range. So I'm a little surprised to see that kind of check back. I think maybe if you have 9-10 or jack 10 where you have a little added equity, you don't mind checking back a little bit more. So I would have expected all the queen 10s, king 10s, and ace 10s to just bet the flop. But this might work out for him because he's getting 2 overcards and a straight draw from the small blind in king jack to lead into him. And this is a spot where you just call, of course, with your top pair queen kicker. And a couple things working for Ishibashi is he does have a straight draw, he needs a 9, he does have some overcards, and he does have the king of hearts if he has plans to bluff a heart river. And now this ace of clubs river is really dicey because it should favor the in-position player more than the small blind. The small blind will have like suited aces, so maybe you could say Ishibashi has ace-8 suited, has ace-7 suited, has ace-10 offsuit or suited, but he has an assortment of bluffs too. He has some weaker holdings like 8x or whatever. The in-position player has all the ace-kings and ace-queens, which we can rule out some of those from the small blind. So the ace kind of favors the in-position player here. So I would expect maybe Ishibashi just to give this one up. But let's see if he has other ideas. And then we see a little movement from the back of his head. He's going to grab chips. And he goes with an overbet. And this is ridiculous, if you ask me. This is just ridiculous. You're basically repping such a small range at this point. You're basically representing 2 combos of ace-7 one combo of ace-7. It's only going to be suited aces because he called from the small blind. So it's going to be one combo of ace-7 of spades. It's going to be maybe 3 combos of ace-8 suited, which are ace-8 of diamonds, ace-8 of spades, ace-8 of hearts. And then you have a couple combos you're representing of full houses. The 3 combos of 8s, the 1 combo of quads, the 3 combos of pocket 10s, and then you have ace-10. So he is representing kind of a lot of value here, maybe no bluffs. So that's an unreal find, actually, for an over the pot size bet. That was something I never expected to see, but that is a great find. And I think not betting the flop there from Predroli cost him the pot.
Damn. Ishibashi raking it in here. Last chance, 90 seconds for the free roll. Play PokerGo.com, go to the tournament tab, get in the mix, the 1 million gold free roll.
And if Predroli had an ace there, I think that would be a lot easier of a bluff catch spot for him, because then he could remove a bunch of those combos I was naming off there. But wow, that was a sick find. I got more combos than Street Fighter. Good one, Alex. And that's what this game comes down to. When you get to the river, you need to count the value combos your opponent has and then the bluff combos your opponent has. And then it's like, okay, how much money do I have to call to win the pot? So it becomes kind of a math equation when you're really thinking about the mechanics of No Limit Hold'em.
Hesse opens it up here to 65,000.
I mean, there's nobody having more fun than these players in Las Vegas.
Warhead in the chat says, I guess when you're trying to rep such a narrow range, you have to go with the overbet size. 3/4 pot gets snapped.
Yeah, I think three-quarters pot and overbet are kind of similar in terms of what you're representing there. I think if we would have seen a third pot or a half pot, then yeah, that comment makes a little more sense. Julian says he never overbets with just a 7. He could for sure. But I would say that like the in-position player in that last hand still has pocket 10s and still has pocket 8s. Those could check the flop and trap. And maybe even pocket aces could do some checking to trap. So they could still go for a big bet with a 7 there. But remember, their 7x is only going to come from like 6-7 suited, 7-8 suited, 7-9 suited might not even play pre-flop. So it's like 6-7 suited, 7-8 suited, or like ace-7 suited is really going to be the most holdings from the small blind there if we're following standard poker strategy. Chen not doing much after that win. Says these boots are made for walking. True. Look, this is a very just... You don't have to do much in this game. Sometimes you just fold for a couple hours and then you just need to win one big hand. Or you just fold all day. Okay, so Bago, we got the secret mystery hand here. I'm going to say Bago is going to have a pair from 5s to aces, or a hand like a suited ace or suited Broadway. He could also have queen, jack, offsuit, or better. That's his range. And Padron calls on the button, gets an unbelievable flop for Padron. He flops top pair with a diamond draw. With a club draw, excuse me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But Bago still has the range advantage here. Bago has all the pocket 6s, pocket kings, pocket aces, the ace queen, the ace jack. But this is a monster flop for Padron in terms of equity. So production, listen, man, they're giving us a mystery hand.
you finally got what you wanted.
So this is kind of natural. We do see the initial raiser come with a small bet here, and I would love Padron just to call.
Getting some messages that the audio on the main feed cut out. They're working on it. They are aware. And I see a black card, but the graphics haven't registered yet. I
think it might be a spade. It's the 8 of spades. And now Bago playing out of position. Let's see what he's going to do. The hands that we're going to see Bago bet for value are obviously going to be a pocket 6s, pocket 8s, pocket kings, pocket aces, ace king. He checks. So some of his checking range could just be a weak ace, like ace 10, ace jack, maybe even weaker aces like ace 5 or something. He could also play maybe queens or jacks like this. He could also play king X like this. And Padron goes and starts value betting, more or less. This is kind of like a mergey bet here. He could maybe get value, but he bets 115,000, so very third pot-esque. And I expect Bago to call here with an ace or king in his range. If he has like king queen, I expect him to call this bet maybe, given the price. If he has an ace, I don't expect him to fold at all. And he is going to call. So if you're Padron here, you're not putting in any more money onto this river unless you hit a 3 or a club and potentially an ace. Even an ace you don't really love because your opponent can still have better ace kickers than you going into this river. So I kind of expect this to go check, check, since Padron has unimproved. And you don't need to turn your hand into a bluff. You win enough, you beat enough king X, you beat enough pocket queens, you maybe beat whatever other one pair holding hands your player has, and it does go check, check. And Bago is going to win with ace 10, I believe. And that was one of the hands I said he would check call the turn with. So for all those people wondering,
Did you win? Did you win?
We won.
All right, good. Tristan won.
We're going to move your chips for you back to your original table. You guys were on 645, which is just this little open table right there. So when you leave here, I'm going to bag up your chips and move them to that table. When you come back for dinner, you'll just go right there to 45. Do you think we might be able to cover up by after dinner? I hope they're going to bring chips during the dinner break, but I haven't been told that yet, so I can't promise you. I appreciate it. We will try.
Ike Haxton with all the chips asking, hey, can you guys do a little color up? I got all these 5K chips I want to get rid of, which aren't really going to be in play that much.
All these red peasants chips. Just give me some of those big ones. So yeah, you just heard that from the tournament staff. They are moving this table back out into the field. I do think that this might then become the Kasuf table, which will be on the night shift starting at 8 p.m. Pacific time. It'll be live on PokerGO.com as well as the YouTube High Roller membership plan. The main feed is having audio issues, I'm told. That's very unfortunate, but they are working on it. They are working on it. That's what happens when you do a live broadcast. Someone kicks a table or a cable, and then some problems arise, but fortunately you guys can still hear us. So please bear with us.
David says, Tristan, favorite country outside the U.S. to play? Ooh, I'm going to say Spain or Australia.
Well, you had some success in France.
I did have some success in France. I did also get into it with the Partouche owner.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that, if you were there, where they had a guarantee and they wanted to change the guarantee.
That's true.
And I was screaming at the owner while we were deep in the tournament, and he was telling us all the stuff, and he's like, he just was like trying to cuss me out or whatever. And he's like, you don't know how to speak. I don't know what. I got it on my, I got a little video. I was recording like a vlog at the time. And yeah, that was kind of fun.
I didn't know the Golden Nugget was in France.
But anyway.
Yeah, we're still rolling here. We got maybe half orbit left here as we see Haxton in the big blinds coming along to create three-way action. And this table has been just really good action. It's been really fun to watch. And Prederoli, Boivin, and Haxton at this point all know each other very well. Prederoli with the best of it here, flopping top pair.
Yep, he raised in first position, big blind defended. He's going to play just, it looks like Prederoli's strategy is, look, when I'm out of position, I'm just going to check a lot. And I think that's good. on mostly, but I think when you get these board textures with like this specific hand, ace queen with the queen of spades, and it's ace 5 9 2 spades, I think you just want to start having some bets. But I guess when you're up against these two players, maybe you just want to be a little more cautious. But now, surely we want to bet ace queen at this point.
Wow, we got hold up. Did you hear that? We had the next episode playing in the
I didn't
background.
see that. No.
I heard someone's phone maybe go off.
I have nothing against France, everybody. It was just the Partouche Poker Tour where they were doing something bad for the players, trying to reduce a guarantee that they guaranteed. But moving forward, let's see if Predaroli here wants to start value betting. And this checks around, and I think Predaroli's playing a little too passive in these spots for my liking, but he does have the best of it going into the river. Now, Ike Haxton does have a lot of equity. He's got the pair of tens and the king of spades. I'm not sure what this river is. It looks like a spade. And man, I think this passivity here from the under-the-gun player who had the strongest range on the flop is going to cost him this pot, because he has the second nut flush, and Ike Haxton has the nut flush. So surely we're going to bet ace queen, and he doesn't bet. I'm shocked at this hand. There's no way Boivin's going to bet sevens with a spade. I mean, and Ike's going to turn over the nuts, and Predaroli,
wow,
he shows the queen of spades. But that's kind of what you deserve, my friend, because you should have bet the flop, and you probably, maybe Boivin calls with sevens on the flop. I think Ike just folds the flop if you bet. But, yeah, I think Predaroli just playing a little too tight in those spots, honestly.
Oh, my God. Isaac Haxton missing out on a stack.
Yeah, he was going to check raise, and Predaroli just playing, being a nit paid off for him there. But he could have won the pot if he bet the flop, I think.
So you're not saying that Haxton made a mistake by not betting himself?
Yeah, he was greedy. He was going for a check raise. He expected one of those players to bet a queen of spades or jack of spades behind him, and then he was going to check raise. And Ike just laughing about it. That was an unorthodox poker hand there for sure. And here's the other thing, Remco. Maybe these guys are just ready to get to dinner. Dinner's in a couple minutes.
Yep.
Maybe it's like, look, I want to reset. I don't want to play pots. I don't want to risk anything. I just want to get to dinner. But we've seen two pots where Predaroli should have probably bet the flop, and he didn't, and it cost him both of those pots, in my opinion, in my humble opinion.
So yeah, we are coming up on the dinner break, and that'll be the conclusion of our bonus coverage. Thank you to all 27,000 of you who are tuned in to the feed. Audio is back up on the main feed, is what I'm told. Please make sure to subscribe to PokerGO to watch tonight, as Tristan will be playing. I'm going to be taking care of my baby, so we're going to be stepping away from the broadcast. That coverage continues at 8 p.m. Pacific time, 11 p.m. Eastern, for 4 more hours.
27,000 people watching and listening right now. That's a big arena we got following along here. So Jim raises to 60,000. Gets called on the button. No, excuse me, gets called on the hijack from Padron. Gets called on the cutoff from Boivin, and Predaroli here. The Predaroli is going to be the predator this hand. I've been giving him a little crap for not being aggressive. We're surely going to see him reach into the pot here with a 3-bet, and we're probably going to see something sizable. I'm going to say like 250, 240 to 300 here. Johnny G-Stack says, Tristan, old school pocket fivers. Yes, I was definitely heavy in the pocket five street. I used to write blogs, used to document my poker journey in my younger days when online poker was legal, fully legal in America. This was a long time ago.
You mean fully not illegal?
Yeah, fully not illegal, exactly. Now it's only partially legal.
Big hand here to close things out before dinner break. But Predaroli is going to get sort of the minimum in a way, but still a decent pickup.
And Boivin, yeah, I mean, he's got a consideration. Look, his hand's doing really good against bluffs. The bluffs would come from like offsuit ace-X of your opponent, like ace-5 offsuit, ace-8 offsuit, just trying to squeeze all that money out of the middle. And his hand doesn't perform that bad against value. Like if it's 10s plus or value, he does have an overcard and he is suited and connected. So let's see what he decides to do here. If he wants to peel one, jam, or just exit. I think with the way Predaroli's been playing, we could probably assume he's not bluffing, but maybe Boivin feels differently. Or maybe he's just tanking for the clock to run down. I don't know if we've hit the zeros on the timer, but we do see players leaving.
And Boivin just deep in the tanking with ace-10. Wants to give no credit here to Predaroli.
We are the ones who create our own stories, and the story being told there was legitimate.
Very, very legit indeed.
Come back to 6:45 after dinner. You guys don't have to do anything but go back to 6:45 after
All right,
dinner.
so
Richie is at 5, is that correct?
The stream will continue on PokerGO.com at 8 p.m. Pacific time. If you're a YouTube High Roller member, you can also watch our night shift coverage with Ali Najad and Nick Schulman. Please know that our bonus coverage will end right now, so I want to thank Tristan Wade for being with me here. My name is Remco Rinkema. I'll be back with more preview coverage tomorrow. Use the promo code WSOP25YT, and otherwise get yourself a YouTube High Roller membership. For now, I want to wish you all a happy dinner break. Get some rest, get reset, get a nice drink, and then we'll have Victor Blom and Wilke Souf on the feature tables when we return from dinner. For now, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow on the preview stream and tonight at 8 p.m. with Nick and Ali for the main feed. Thank you so much.